Good morning and welcome. I'd like to call this meeting to order, the Thursday, January 29th meeting of the Delta Stewardship Council. I'd like to begin with a special introduction. Our newest Delta Stewardship Council member, Contra Costa County Supervisor and Delta Protection Commission Chair, Mary Pifo, is here with us today. Yay. Mary, welcome. Would you like to say anything?
Just very briefly, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the introduction. I just would like to say that I'm honored and proud to serve the Delta County communities in my role here and with such distinguished colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. We look forward to working with you. With that, we'll begin with the roll call, beginning with Mayor Brown.
Here. Here. County Supervisor Mary Pifo.
Fiorini here.
Eisenberg here.
Tatiana here.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Who's the lady sitting to our left?
The lady to our left, Jessica Pearson.
Yay!
It's great to see you.
Thank you. It's good to be back.
Yeah. For those of you that are here in the room and following on web, Jessica gave birth to a beautiful little girl on November 10th and has been in transition and has been keeping a careful eye on the activities of the Stewardship Council and will soon be re-engaging full-time in the office. So welcome today.
Thank you.
First item is an action item, file item 3, adoption of the December 18th, 2014 meeting summary. Move. What's your pleasure?
Move.
Eisenberg moves, Johnston seconds. Any discussion? All right, we will begin with the vote with Mayor Brown.
Aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. On to file item number 4, the chair's report. I'm sorry to report that the drought conditions persist. I understand the Department of Water Resources is conducting their monthly snow course survey today, and all expectations are that the news will not be good. So the critical conditions for the state of California in terms of water supply continue. This past month, I wanted to highlight a couple of meetings. One, an Assembly Committee on Water, Parks, and Wildlife meeting was held, a flood control oversight hearing. At that hearing, several agencies were represented, including Central Valley Flood Protection Board, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the Office of Emergency Services, the Department of Water Resources, the California Central Valley Flood Control Association, and the Delta Stewardship Council. During this oversight hearing, Ellen Hannock with the Public Policy Institute of California provided an overview of the history of risk management, flood control, and levees as it pertains to the Delta. And then each of the agency representatives had an opportunity to update the Assembly Committee members, many of them new to this subject, about the activities of each agency. I had the opportunity to share with the Oversight Committee our activities related to our levee investment strategy. It was a good hearing, and I expect that this committee will continue to have a high level of interest in our work. I told them that we intend to deliver them a report sometime the second half of 2016. Additionally, and earlier that month, the Delta Protection Commission, Delta Conservancy, and the Stewardship Council jointly met with the California Division of Boating and Waterways. Acting Director Christopher Conlon and some of his high-level staff met with us to discuss the invasive aquatic weed issue in the Delta. As many of you know, Boating and Waterways is the lead state agency and has been tasked with trying to bring in under control to some degree this pesky and invasive aquatic weed problem. All three agencies pledged collective support for their work, and for those of you that are interested, there is a letter posted on our website from me to Acting Director Christopher Conlon, providing a summary of that meeting and the actions that have been pledged in support of controlling the weeds. So with that, concludes my report on activities this past month. Does any of the council members have?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to take note of January 6th public meeting in Brentwood, which were well hosted, and staff made a presentation on the Delta Levee investment strategy study, and provided good overview and next steps, and invited the public, both those who are knowledgeable and involved already, and any other citizens to come forward and help the staff and help the council with that. So it was a good opportunity to, for me, to learn how we present to the public, and actually the content. I learned a few things that I had either not heard here in the council or probably just forgotten.
Patrick, thanks for that report. Thanks for attending that meeting. Others? Susan? And then Phil?
I just wanted to share with the council that there is a group that's referred to as the Coordinating Committee, and it has been meeting monthly, mostly to coordinate the activities of regional flood management planning with the Department of Water Resources basin-wide feasibility studies and their system-wide flood management planning. And at the most recent meeting, Wednesday, the Department of Water Resources presented the draft conservation strategy, which I think would be useful for our staff to review, given the Delta Levee investment strategy. And there was a very good briefing also on the basin-wide feasibility studies and their timeline and intended method of analysis. I think that would be useful to also examine.
That's great. Susan, will you be continuing to attend those meetings and participate on behalf of the council?
Yes.
Great, great. Thanks for doing that. Councilmember Eisenberg.
Just to note, the media this morning did a brief summary of a Public Policy Institute of California poll, and they focused on, gee, governor's popular, legislature isn't all that popular, but they're more popular than they used to be. But the more interesting story from our perspective is the polling showed a drop in the public concern about the drought. It's still high, but not as high as it once was. The polling also showed that the public wants governments to do more about it. And if you read carefully, you'll also find that they're not much willing to pay much money to have anything done about it either. Water as a concern has dropped from the top concern about 6 months ago down to the fourth concern behind jobs, the economy, and so on and so forth, which is ironic since we are now in the fourth dry year in a row, and the likelihood of fairly stringent conservation requirements being mandated is increasingly obvious. It's one of those dilemmas in public policy, but worth noting. The poll's now posted on the website, and I'd urge everyone to take a look at it.
Good. Thanks for that.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes.
could ask a question of Councilmember Eisenberg. Yes. Phil, was there a definition or a reason given for why the drop in priority? Was it based on December rains or the passage of the water bond or some other specific criteria?
No, you can only surmise. Yeah. This is their across-the-board polling. It's not a water-specific poll as they've done a couple of other times. So I would guess that the prediction that some people made, that passage of a water bond would lead people to assume that all the problems have been solved and nothing more needed to be done. I think that's a probable cause. And more important than anything else is no one's paying much attention.
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, thank you.
This is a good segue to the next portion of file item 4. Gavin Landgraf, our executive fellow, is here to provide an update and a report on a round of meetings that was recently sponsored by the Australian government and the Governor's Office of California regarding drought and drought management. Gavin, we look forward to your report. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, council members. On December 10th, 2014, as the chairman noted, the G'day USA and the Office of the Governor hosted the California-Australia Dialogue on Drought Solutions. The full report on the dialogue and the discussions that took place there is in the binder under agenda item 4A. But I wanted to take this opportunity to highlight a couple of important points that each panel at the dialogue made. So the Millennium Drought was from 1995 through 2009, and this was one of the worst droughts in the history of Australia, and the country had to take severe measures to adapt to this new reality of water supply in their nation. And so this dialogue was an opportunity for Australia to share some of their expertise through this dialogue with California lawmakers and policymakers. Tony Slatyer, the first Assistant Secretary of the Australia Department of the Environment, he overviewed the Millennium Drought, and he provided 3 categories for Australia's response to this new water supply reality. First, their strategy involved setting up a flexible and transparent water market. Second, they promoted water use awareness very aggressively. And third, the country developed and implemented technologies for water efficiency and conservation. On the issue of promoting water use awareness, Mr. Slatyer noted that it was necessary to convince agricultural users to accept allocation cuts, but before doing so, the state had to emphasize and focus on getting urban communities to demonstrate their commitment to reducing water usage. So although the great savings in water use were to be found in the agricultural communities rather than in urban areas, the state recognized the politics of first demonstrating that the entire nation was in it together and committed to reducing water usage. Even after the drought ended, water use rates have remained remarkably low, which is a good sign for Australia because it's indicated that conservation has become a way of life, and the culture really has shifted. So it wasn't a temporary change only during the drought. On the issue of developing and implementing technologies, Mr. Slatyer noted that the state invested $10 billion in infrastructure improvements and water-efficient technologies, which produced several new developments which are now used around the world, not just in Australia. Though it's controversial, the state has the infrastructure now and capability of transferring water from one region to another. So it could be from a desalination plant on the coast in Perth, for example, to the Murray-Darling Basin or vice versa. The first panel discussed the elements of Australia's approach that could be implemented in California. The Australian firm Waterfind developed an electronic exchange for facilitating transfers between water rights holders. And that exchange has really grown during the drought and continue to remain an important part of the water supply system since the drought has ended. And it facilitates, in some years, the transfers of up to 6 million acre-feet of water in 1 year. 50% of water users participate in the market either as buyers or as sellers. Some complex financial products have developed above the water market, so water users can tailor their needs or tailor the supply product to their needs. If they have very particular needs for a secure supply of water, they can buy futures or options in future years if they have permanent crops. Felicia Marcus, chair of the State Water Resources Control Board, noted that the biggest barrier to California having such a robust water market was a lack of water use monitoring. We just simply don't have the same type of information about use and supply that Australia does. And second, she noted that the second main barrier is the lack of adjudication in California. And that is a very time-consuming process that would take many years to develop or to complete. The second panel discussed agricultural water reforms. This was a panel of farm executives and water leaders, and they noted that almost all low-value crops disappear during droughts because farmers who normally grow such crops fallow their fields and instead sell their water on the market. The panel also noted that farm values in Australia are measured not in acres, but in production value per acre foot of water. And farmers, there's been a cultural shift because of the clear water rights system in Australia, where farmers now regard their water and land as disconnected assets on their balance sheets, and are willing to sell their water when it makes sense to do so because of the scarcity in the country. Wade Crowfoot from the governor's office moderated the keynote panel, which consisted of Senators Ricardo Lara and Fran Pavley, and Australian Parliamentary Secretary for the Environment, Simon Birmingham. Senators Pavley and Lara stated their priorities for drought response in California, and they suggested that California make science-based decisions on environmental flows. The fourth panel discussed urban water management. The government, one of the interesting programs that the government in Australia introduced was a program called WaterWise, which was a service through which homeowners could schedule a technician to come and identify ways to save water. And through this and a variety of other programs, the government was able to reduce per capita water usage to about 40 gallons per capita per day, which is a really extraordinarily low number. And the final panel discussed the innovative water technologies that developed during the drought, largely due to the $10 billion that I mentioned earlier that the federal government in Australia invested in infrastructure and in developing new technologies. One of the very interesting technologies was the growth of dual flow plumbing, so using secondary and tertiary water again within the home instead of immediately turning it into wastewater. And the panelists noted that the price of adding this to a new home has fallen dramatically, and it only costs $6,000 to $8,000 now to add this as a feature in new construction. And it's something that's going into most new homes in Australia. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Any questions of Gavin? Mary?
Mr. Chairman, not a question, just a thank you. That was a great report, Gavin, and your written report summarizes the event very clearly and specifically. I just want to thank you. It's a lot of great information.
Thank you.
I agree. Where'd you go to school?
I went to Claremont McKenna in Southern California.
Okay, because you're a clear writer, so good
Thank
for
you.
Claremont.
Phil?
Well, I joined in praising your report. I just want to add a supplement. After the meeting that Gavin attended, PPIC did a day-long drought conference, and they had an academic from Australia show up, Jane Doolan, O-O-L-A-N, and she gave the clearest explanation I've ever heard of how they created a different mindset on water for the environment during a drought and a time of shortage that I've ever heard. Maven has done a long summary of a report on the 27th of this month. I'd urge everyone to take a look at it because my hunch is that's the choice we're going to start facing immediately. And what they decided to do is, first of all, in 2007-8, I think the year was, environmental water was the equal of water for agriculture. Both reduced over desires, but they essentially have quantified environmental water use. But then they began systematically reviewing to identify how the water could be used to preserve the greatest opportunity for restoration once the drought ends, as opposed to the notion you take whatever's water available and kind of scatter it over everywhere that everyone thinks is important and act as if that will achieve a credible result. I thought the mindset was not dissimilar to some of the things we've heard from the Independent Science Board, but the systematic, drought-focused approach for that seemed to me to be pretty compelling.
Gavin, I just want to echo the positive comments about the work and again, share what a privilege it is to get to work with you week to week.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think that I understand this has piqued some interest in you, and there is a desire to continue working to find, to identify lessons learned in Australia and to develop a longer report that would describe how those could be applied here in California. Is that true?
Yes. So another, as a follow-up to this and sort of inspired by this conference, and then as Chairman Eisenberg mentioned, also the PPIC discussion at which Australia also came up, I've taken an interest in trying to develop maybe an issue paper or a longer report for the council on lessons and takeaways for California. So this would be a research paper that I'll be working on over the next few months, and hopefully we'll be bringing back to the council later in the spring or early summer.
That's great. Mary?
Just a quick question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Gavin, how do you see this report and this information possibly playing into the governor's proposed California Water Action Plan? Do you see that happening either quickly or possibly?
Well, I think one of the points and recommendations from the conference was to use science to decide the proper allocation of flows, of river flows that should go to the environment and remain in stream. And that's something that I think, as I understand it, the Water Resources Control Board is working on right now with phase 1 of a program to decide through science what that percentage needs to be left in in-stream flows. And I believe that that's in close connection to the California Water Action Plan. So there are some facets of this that are encouraging because I think we're already working towards them. And the California Water Action Plan has been important in identifying near-term solutions that we can take. But this dialogue certainly, I think, added some ideas to the plate.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Brown?
Just very detailed and concise. And as you develop the more extensive report, I'd be particularly interested in the Water-Wise program, because for their program to have been effective to change the consumption patterns and ultimately for the long term is really, really significant. It's very difficult to change how people live on a short-term basis, let alone a long-term basis. So I think that that will be most impactful as we look at how we can change patterns in local communities, because people in communities and neighborhoods, they actually use the majority of water. And I thought it was really interesting that they focused on urban areas first before going to the agricultural areas for their commitment to conserve. So if we can get some more detailed information, I'd be particularly interested as we share information with local communities so that we can conserve water and also make conservation a priority.
Absolutely, I'd be happy to do that. Thank you, Mayor Brown.
Thank you.
Very good. Gavin, thank you very much. Good job.
Thank you.
That completes file item 4 and 4A. Any public comment? None seen. Let the record show that Judge Frank Damrell has now joined us. On to file item 5, Executive Officers Report. Jessica Pearson.
Thank you, Chairman Fiorini. Well, we have a lot to cover in this section, so I've asked Dan, who has actually been shepherding the council's budget through that what seems like a year-round process, to discuss the council's piece of the governor's budget. He'll also be available to answer questions on the quarterly contract update, which is included in your binder, and he's got a few additional items to cover. Then we'll move on to the legal report, which is curated by Cody. And finally, Gavin will rejoin us to provide a legislative update. So, Dan?
Yeah, the budget, I want to briefly mention the report that the Legislative Analyst's Office recently produced on Delta management, just an update on the kind of drought-related activities that we've been following, and then highlight the improvements on our website. The governor's budget was released on January 9th. For the council, it includes an increase of $7.4 million in our general fund allocation compared to the current year's budget. And those resources would be available for four things. One would be to replace bond funds that have previously supported the core functions of the science program, so that would provide ongoing support for the Independent Science Board, for the work that the science program does in peer reviews, and for other kinds of synthesis and communications activities that they support. It also would provide an additional $4 million for science investigations, and of course that work will be targeted along with using the priorities that our Delta Plan Implementation Committee work group is going to be developing from the Science Action Agenda report that you all received in the fall. Also includes resources for us to coordinate the implementation of what we're presuming will be our approved element of the California's Coastal Zone Management Program, and we submit the Delta Plan for approval, and then resources to incorporate the BDCP into the Delta Plan if it passes the various regulatory hurdles, including potentially an appeal to the council. The budget also includes, for those of us who are tracking the larger action in implementation of the water plan, $532 million of expenditures under Proposition 1 for Delta-relevant activities. The Delta Conservancy would get $9.3 million. $38 million, $39 million would be appropriated to the Wildlife Conservation Board to purchase water for enhanced flows into the Delta and its tributaries. The Department of Fish and Wildlife would be appropriating $36.5 million for both in Delta conservation and also restoration actions in the Delta watershed. So this might be funds that could be used to enhance, for example, the migratory corridors for salmon and other anadromous fish above the Delta. The Department of Water Resources would receive about $56 million for integrated regional water management and conservation. The Water Board will receive $131 million for recycling and treatment technology projects. $24 million would go to DWR for groundwater management planning, primarily grants to local agencies, and a couple of $1 million for them to improve operation of the statewide water system. In addition, $1.1 billion of the Proposition 1E funds would be appropriated to DWR to carry out actions that are consistent with the Central Valley Flood Management Program, so that would be primarily project levies. And of course, the funds that the bond provides for storage projects are continuously appropriated. So for those of us who've been working on Delta activities for a long time, and folks who've said, gee, there's a lot of planning but not much action, I think, you know, the coming year and 2 or 3 or 4, we're going to see quite a bit of action to move those plans forward. There are also substantial funds, over $30 million, in one-time drought-related funding for water management and fisheries activities that are proposed in the budget, in addition to the funds that help provide relief from the economic consequences of the drought in areas that have curtailed water supplies. So that's the summary of the budget news, and I'll be sharing with council members in the next couple of days an updated fact sheet that gives you a fuller assessment of sort of the changes in our budget and how it compares with prior years and sort of future needs. Any questions about that part of it?
Questions of Dan? We have a gremlin in the electronics.
Somebody's cell phone is too close to the microphone. That's what the problem is.
Okay. The Legislative Analyst's Office did issue a report on the progress of state actions to achieve the co-equal goals in the Delta. Among the points it raised, I think it's a pretty coherent and easily read summary of the Delta situation. I've got copies here for council members who haven't seen it if you want to take one home with you. Among the issues it raised was the effectiveness of the Delta Act, Reform Act's provisions to allow the councils to enforce the Delta Plan. And I just want to say that you concluded when you adopted the Delta Plan that it is enforceable as the legislature intended, and that's what the Office of Administrative Law concluded. Of course, that's being contested in our lawsuits, but I think we're quite confident that the plan, despite the reservations of the LAO, is enforceable. They also remarked on the slow implementation of some elements of the Delta Plan. I think our view would be that, as we're reporting in our annual report, progress is being made across the board. Yeah, there are a few things that are behind schedule, and we can't do anything but make sure we keep on track as we move ahead in the future with those things. So, unless there's questions about the LAO's report.
Any questions or comments? I would just say it's a good opportunity, and I understand you have a meeting scheduled with them soon.
Yeah.
To clarify some of the things that they highlighted. They highlighted the levee investment strategy as something that hadn't been done. I think conversation with them about the progress we've made thus far and what our plans are would cause the report to be worded differently, I think, if they were fully informed.
There's a lot of drought news, and you think, when we got together in December, we were talking about how I think 4 of the 5 spillways in the Central Valley Flood Control System had spilled that very week, and the bypasses were awash in water, and people had smiles on their face. And now we've just going through the driest September, or driest January in the history of Sacramento. And so it's hard to be finding things to cheer about. One is that the Department of Water Resources has been able to announce that they are expected water deliveries for most state water project contractors. They've been able to raise that estimate from 10 to 15%, which is not anything to cheer about, but certainly better than it had been. And that's really the result of a success story. Real-time management in the south of the Delta during December allowed them to move additional water into storage, so it'll be available later in the year. In addition, another change that happened in the last month, the last couple of weeks really, was that the Bureau of Reclamation was able to change the way it accounts and complies with the take limits on Delta smelt that sometimes limit operations in the South Delta. In early January, they reinitiated consultation on the smelt biological opinions with the Fish and Wildlife Service, and they adjusted the way the take calculations are calculated. That was in part the result of advice from a panel that the Delta Science Program convened to review Delta operations, and this question about how the smelt take limit is calculated had been kicked around for a few years. The panel looked at it. Maybe Peter has got more information about it he can share with you in his report. But I thought that my understanding is that the panel suggested that new way of calculating the take limit was as reasonable as the current one. It does provide a little more flexibility. I was grateful that the regulators that are responsible for overseeing this were able to take advantage of the science advice that was provided by the panel. It's really a great example of actionable science that then gave the regulators the confidence they needed to suggest these changes. And of course, they immediately were subject to the usual criticism that one hears in these cases, but I thought it was a good example of kind of science informing management in a way that we hope helps move further towards the co-equal goals. Last week, the Bureau of Reclamation and DWR filed their drought contingency operation plans with the State Water Resources Control Board. That includes a temporary urgency change petition that would adjust water quality standards within the Delta, changing the monthly average net Delta outflow index to 4,000 CFS, reducing the San Joaquin River flow minimum monthlies at Vernalis to 500 CFS, change the operations of the Delta Cross Channel to address water quality concerns, and adjust the outflow in relation to other issues. The whole point of all this and the part of the agencies is to allow them to better manage reservoir releases so they can hold more water for storage later to manage delta salinity and hopefully provide better flows for salmon and other fish in the Sacramento River downstream. Then one other sad part we learned in the last week about the drought is that because the low water conditions on the Sacramento River, 95% estimated winter run Chinook spawning population was wiped out. And as a result, anticipating the threat that this might happen, the fish agencies held additional winter run juvenile smolts, hatched them in the hatchery up there. They've been holding them, and they'll begin releasing them in the next few weeks, apparently, hoping that they can catch storms that can then carry them down the river and through the delta. But that was sad news, and of course, with winter run being endangered, and one of the things that folks have been struggling so hard for the last decade to rebuild their population, it's a disappointing outcome. As part of the contingency plan that the DWR is developing, they announced they may also install barriers in the Sacramento and San Joaquin River, 3 barriers on channels in the delta to help protect freshwater flows, manage water qualities. It'd be temporary rock barriers, and we're consulting with them about those projects now. And then finally, you know, I just have to acknowledge for those of us who are Sacramentans, it's the faint echoes of Beat LA are pretty distant in our minds, but I think Chairman Eisenberg and other Sacramentans that are among us can take some pride in that this month when the Water Board released their results about water use in California, in Sacramento, the average Sacramentan consumed 73 gallons of water, where the average Angeleno consumed 77 gallons of water. So kind of beat him at the buzzer on that one.
Phil?
Dan, I'd take more pleasure out of that if we had not seen a press release from the city of Sacramento saying that the use was 179 gallons per person per day. It's an illustration that everyone counts differently when they talk about use of water. And it's absolutely impossible to compare past behavior to current behavior if you use different measures. But of course, everyone seeks to use a measure that shows themselves in the most favorable light. And in the 4th year of a drought, I don't think that's good enough. One of the things I would commend for your attention for a future project is a paper describing the different ways in which we count water and our seeming inability to adopt a standardized measure of accounting.
I was just celebrating the victory. I didn't expect to be counted on instant replay. And then finally, if council members haven't, I would encourage you to spend a few moments prowling our website. We hope that's been improved for the better. Starting in July, we began surveying users of our website, both council members and staff, as well as stakeholders, to understand better what they thought would be things that we should change and what they liked. We've tried to improve many elements of it, including search functions. So if it's now the search functions powered by Google, so you can find materials a lot easier. We've added new features to the front page that give our events listings more prominence, and whole site's graphically more appealing, we hope. With any conversion, you know, this is probably some bugs in here, and if you find them, hope you'll call them to our attention. Eric Alvarez or Keith are able to talk with you about those things. Keith and the IT staff and the rest of his team did a tremendous job over the last 6 months pulling this together, especially over the Christmas holidays when the rest of us were home enjoying time with our family. They were here doing whatever IT guys do with a website, but I really appreciate the upgrade. Thank you.
Okay, well, unless there are any questions, then we can move on to the legal report with Cody.
Good morning, Cody. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. So it's been a few months since our last legal update, and in that period of time, there have been a couple significant developments which we would like to bring to the council's attention. Both cases which I'm going to talk about today have a lengthy history in the federal court system, and they are nearing some form of conclusion. So to start with, you may remember in October we reported to the council that a group of farmers in the Central Valley, represented by the Pacific Legal Foundation, had filed a petition for certiorari with the U.S. Supreme Court in the case San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority versus Jewel. Now, that case was centered on a 2008 biological opinion, which was issued by the Fish and Wildlife Service, and that had determined that the long-term operational criteria and plan, which is better known by its acronym OCAP, for coordination of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project, continued operation of those two water projects was likely to jeopardize the continued existence of the Delta smelt, and in addition, adversely modify its habitat. The farmers in that case, who were the plaintiffs, argued that the biological opinion had failed to consider the economic impacts on valley communities of water restrictions necessary to allow for the survival of the smelt. The plaintiffs had argued that by not considering the economic feasibility, the Fish and Wildlife Service had acted arbitrarily and capriciously. While Judge Wanger in 2011 in the federal district court had agreed with that perspective, that decision was overturned this past March on appeal in the Ninth Circuit. The Ninth Circuit's decision had determined that the 2008 biological opinion concerning the smelt was not arbitrary and capricious, as it was adequately supported by the record, and importantly, that it was supported by Congress's direction for the Endangered Species Act to protect species of fish, wildlife, and plants that are of aesthetic, ecological, educational, historical, recreational, or scientific value to the United States and its people. So upon that decision by the Ninth Circuit to uphold the contents of the 2008 biological opinion, that's when the plaintiffs sought certiorari with the U.S. Supreme Court. And earlier this month, that petition was denied. So certiorari denials are rarely accompanied by explanation from the Supreme Court. But suffice it to say that for now, at least, that avenue for the plaintiffs regarding the 2008 biological opinion has been closed. The second case that we would like to bring to the council's attention is it was decided in late December, and it concerns sort of another avenue that has been used by the water contractors and by plaintiffs to secure more water releases. And that avenue is a 2009 biological opinion issued by the National Marine Fisheries Service. And that prescribed limits on the amount of water exported from the Delta in order to protect threatened and endangered salmonids. The service had said that the pumping limits were necessary to prevent juvenile Central Valley Chinook and salmon from being pulled toward the pumps as they attempt to migrate out to sea. The biological opinion had said that pumping limits were also needed to protect endangered populations of sturgeon and orcas downstream. As in the smelt case, the plaintiffs here argued that the biological opinion was arbitrary and capricious in its findings, and this case followed a very similar trajectory as to the smelt case, in that the challenge to the biological opinion had been initially upheld in the federal district court by Judge Wanger, but was then overturned upon review by the Ninth Circuit. And again here, while Judge Wanger had held that the service had produced a biological opinion that was arbitrary and capricious, the Ninth Circuit upheld the opinion. Their position was that the service had acted reasonably. They did not act arbitrarily, and it had worked within its discretion when it prescribed the limits on the amount of water to be exported from the Delta. While the plaintiffs in this case have not yet filed a petition for certiorari, it is expected, is certainly expected, and we will monitor any developments on that. So what does this all mean for the Delta? Whether or not the Supreme Court accepts the salmon case for review, a picture of the Endangered Species Act in the context of the drought in the Ninth Circuit's jurisdiction, at least, is sort of starting to come together, and importantly, the picture of the Endangered Species Act that's being painted mid-drought is very similar to the picture of the Endangered Species Act pre-drought. And the Supreme Court has refused several opportunities over the past few years to reinterpret this environmental law, and at each turn it has made the point that to the plaintiffs that Congress's overarching intent in passing the law, which was to protect endangered species from extinction, is Congress's field to handle. It's not the court's job to do that. So the Endangered Species Act does not currently allow, for example, for a balancing of economic interests with the interests of endangered species, and it doesn't appear that change on that front will be coming from the Supreme Court, at least, as they have repeatedly pointed to Congress as the driving party and those responsible for making those kind of policy decisions. Furthermore, with federal drought legislation at the forefront in Washington, and with a new group of representatives and senators moving to Washington, Congress may soon have the opportunity to respond with their pens, if you will, to the federal judiciary's refusal to modify the Endangered Species Act from the bench. So that's kind of where we're at.
Cody, thanks. You instill a lot of confidence in the accuracy of your reports. I know how hard, I've observed how hard you work studying and preparing, and so thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good report. Comments? All right, thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Okay, Gavin? I just want to add that while I've been on leave, it's been a pleasure to have Gavin to help us fill the role that's now been empty since May of having a legislative advisor. So just let me say how appreciative I am that you are helping us to stay apprised of activities, particularly while I'm out. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
And Gavin, they're just handing out an updated bill tracking report.
Yes, that's correct. So this updates agenda item 5C, which is the bill tracking report. And the reason that this one that was just handed out is longer is because the deadline to introduce bills to the legislature is not until February 27th. So between now and then, bills are coming in day by day that are relevant to the Delta Stewardship Council. So this is a list. The list that was just handed out is a list of 15 bills that are relevant to the council. But first, I wanted to go over the committee updates. The Assembly Committee on Water, Parks, and Wildlife is being chaired by Mark Levee of Marin. Assembly member Anthony Rendon of Lakewood, who was the chair during the 2013-2014 session, is still on the committee. As Randy mentioned, the committee held a flood control oversight hearing on January 13th, 2015. On February 10th, the committee will be holding an oversight hearing on the implementation of Proposition 1, the water bond. I'll be coming back to the council at the next meeting to report on the contents of that oversight hearing. The Senate Committee on Natural Resources and Water is being chaired by Senator Fran Pavley of Agora Hills. She chaired the committee during the 2013-2014 legislative session as well. On February 24th, the Senate committee will hold a joint oversight hearing with the Assembly Committee on Water, Parks, and Wildlife on the topic of the Parks Forward Commission report, which assessed the needs of the state park system. Okay, let's now turn to the notable bills, which is what was just handed out. There are 5 of these that I wanted to draw your attention to. Several of them on the list are placeholder bills or spot bills, which means that they make technical but non-substantive changes right now, but will probably be amended to make more substantial changes as the authors continue to develop the bill. The first is Senate Bill 20 by Senator Pavley on the public availability of well reports. This bill would require the Department of Water Resources to make publicly available, upon request, the reports it currently collects on all water well installations or modifications. Under current law, anyone installing or modifying a well must file a report with DWR, but those reports may not be released publicly. Senate Bill 13, also authored by Senator Pavley, is a set of cleanup amendments to the groundwater legislation that was signed into law in September. It would provide a local agency 90 or 180 days as prescribed to remedy certain deficiencies that cause the State Water Control Board to designate a groundwater basin as a probationary basin. Now, this is a cleanup amendment because the law currently only provides that this remediation period be provided to basins designated as critically overdrafted. And this new bill would extend that remediation period to all probationary basins, not just those that are critically overdrafted. So it's a clarification of the intent of the original bill, or of the original law, which was signed into law in September. Senate Bill 127 is by Senator Vidak, and this is a bill to streamline CEQA for Proposition 1 projects. It would require that CEQA challenges to an environmental impact report on any Proposition 1 project be resolved or addressed within 270 days of the report's completion. It would also prohibit a court from staying or enjoining Prop 1 projects unless the court finds either 1, that continuing the construction presents an imminent threat to public health and safety, or 2, that the project site contains unforeseen Native American artifacts or important historical, archaeological, or ecological values that would be materially, permanently, and adversely affected. And if a stay is issued, it must be limited to the project construction activities that burden either of those 2 criteria. Senate Bill 113 by Senator Galgiani extends the Proposition 1E appropriation deadline indefinitely. Currently, the Proposition 1E funds, Proposition 1E was the Disaster Preparedness and Flood Prevention Bond Act of 2006. It authorized funds for appropriation through July 1st, 2016, after which the authorization for any unappropriated portion of the bond would expire. This bill strikes the July 1st, 2016 sunset clause, thereby allowing the remaining Proposition 1E funds to be appropriated at any future time. Assembly Bill 142 by Assemblymember Bigelow designates the McKellamie River as wild and scenic. This bill would require the Secretary of the Natural Resources Agency to assess the suitability and effects on water supply and climate change of designating the McKellamie River as a wild and scenic river. Assemblymember Bigelow's bill is similar to one that he actually helped defeat last session, but this version requires the Secretary of the Natural Resources Agency to also assess how designating the McKellamie River as wild and scenic would affect water supply for those within the basin of the McKellamie River. And then, as I mentioned, there are a variety of placeholder bills. We will continue to monitor those. They range from topics such as projects in the Sacramento-San Joaquin watersheds, appropriative water rights, integrated regional water management, and railroad safety. And as those bills develop, we will be bringing back reports on them. Lastly, I wanted to draw your attention to a report and document in your binders that shows the districts of elected representatives from the Delta region overlaid on the legal boundary of the Delta. This was a document I put together, and it summarizes and profiles each of the Assembly, Senate, and congressional delegations that are members that are from the Delta region, and it visually shows that with some GIS maps of their districts overlaid on the Delta. And with that, I'm open to any questions you might have.
Any questions of Gavin? Great report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica?
And with that, I conclude my executive officer's report.
Thank you very much. That concludes file item 5. Any public comment? Seeing none. On to file item 6, lead scientist report. Dr. Peter Goodwin. Welcome this morning.
Yeah, well, thank you, Chair Fiorini. And perhaps if Sam Harada and Yumiko Hannenberry want to just come down for the later part of the report. With the Chair's permission, what I'd like to do is the first 2 items that are listed in your binders deal with the Data Summit and the camped Delta Smelt Studies review. What we'd like to do is just postpone that discussion and put it in the larger context of 2014 activities.
That makes sense.
Thank you. So on the other items here that are in your binder, the Delta Challenges Workshop, this is a very interesting activity, and it's an example of the type of requests we often receive from agencies to contribute to the best available science and the common body of knowledge of science. So I think the genesis of this request is to bring clarity in a very easily understandable way about the challenges facing the Delta, and it's to deal with some of the issues that I'm sure Chair Fiorini and others when you're back in DC hear that, well, California water isn't complicated, it's just very contentious because the stakes are so high. And of course, this is just an immensely complicated system to try and run. Also, the thought behind this is that there's parts of our own state, and never mind the national issue, where your folks are unclear where their water comes from and why this is such a challenging problem to deal with. The difficulty is right now is that probably everyone listening in and in the room here are very, very aware of the challenges facing the Delta. But this information, if you want to go somewhere and refer someone to a brief overview, just isn't there. This information is typically spread in many different places. It's in the wonderful National Research Council report of a few years ago, but not a lot of people are going to drag their way through a 200-page report to pull out those elements. So what we've been asked to do is to develop an objective summary that explains in a very easily understandable manner the challenges or the stresses facing the Delta, the complexity of the system, how these stresses interact with each other, and also the rapidly changing dynamics of the system. And all of this set in the descriptions of why the stakes are so high, the high loss of biodiversity, the enormous financial ramifications that are associated with just about any decision on the Delta. So the charge is very limited. It's purely to highlight the challenges. It will not make recommendations for the future. It's not going to comment on possible management alternatives for the future. The idea behind this is that when we get the science report, if it gets to what we want to do, that it will then be put out in a way that could be distributed very widely. The other very interesting part about this Delta Challenges workshop is that the planning committee that organize all of these activities will give ideas to the Delta Science Program and the lead scientist of members of the panel membership. And someone just came out with a very simple suggestion, and everyone said this is just a great idea. So this panel is actually going to comprise all of the former lead scientists because they've sat in this position for some time, they're experts, and many of them are, well, they're all very, very good communicators. So this panel is going to consist of the former lead scientists, and the actual dates of this meeting, I see it's not here, but it's at the end of December. That should be on our webpage now. Sorry, the end of February. That will be convened.
Peter, I believe it's February 23rd and 24th.
That's correct. Yeah, the Monday, Tuesday. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So are there any questions on the Delta challenges? No? Okay. The next item is science communication, and I'd like to put this your activity perhaps in the national context. You're probably aware of two trends underway right now. First of all, there's been a number of international surveys conducted by places like Princeton and the European Union. And the US doesn't always come out very well in terms of the general public's understanding of scientific activities, not only understanding, but appreciation of science. And secondly, what's going on is a national movement across many professional organizations to try and depoliticize science. Because science and innovation drives our national economy, and it just simply should not be a political issue. So as part of this effort, there's many initiatives going on to try and encourage scientists to be better communicators of their work and how it affects the local communities that they're in. And so we were thinking about this last year during the development of the science plan. And the National Science Foundation has developed a workshop that they've offered throughout the United States called Science Becoming the Messenger. And the council is going to be bringing this workshop to the University of California at Davis on February the 10th and 11th. And we've targeted particularly scientists that are working on the Delta. And for the National Science Foundation, a lot of their efforts have been at people working in universities. So the people who put this together, one, they're just wonderful communicators. The former head of public television is one of them. And so we're offering this not just to the university community, but also to early and mid-career scientists who may be spokesmen across the agencies working on Delta issues. And Marina Brand and Garrett Lyles have spent a lot of time working through the organization on this. So particularly day one, which is more open, we have 100 slots available for that. Day two is much smaller, intense training. But I would certainly welcome anyone in the audience, and certainly the council members, if you have an interest in this day one, I think you would certainly find interesting. So please let us know if you wish to attend that. And our goal is to do fairly careful evaluation of this event, and if it's highly regarded by the various agencies and it's enjoyed by the scientists, we'll consider making this an annual event. Any questions on that? No? So the last item here is by the numbers, and then I'll turn it back to Sam Howard, who's looking very relieved as he looks like he has some very, very able help.
Well, good morning, Chairman Fiorini and members of the council.
Good morning.
I'm not all that relieved. I get to sit up here and talk to you again, but I'm really here to introduce Yumiko. She's going to be taking the baton from me on doing by the numbers and here to answer any questions. And I did want to point out, you'll notice that by the numbers looks a little different this time. And I want to give the credit to Yumiko for doing that. And I didn't even ask her to do that. She did it on her own, and I think it's a nice improvement. So with that, I'll hand it over to Yumiko. Thanks.
Welcome, Yumiko.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, Sam. So before I begin, I did want to kind of go over a little bit about the changes as well as a couple additions that have been made to the by the numbers. The first one is the formatting. I'm open to any comments, suggestions, or changes that the council may have regarding the formatting. So please provide those at the end of the by the numbers or at your convenience. The other addition is snowpack. We've added that, and that will be on the by the numbers probably through April. This is an important indicator of the water that will be available during the dry season in the form of snowmelt. The other addition is the addition of the San Luis Reservoir in the water supply section. This is the reservoir south of the Delta that is jointly operated by the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project, and it provides most of the irrigation water for the Central Valley and is a measurement of how much they will be receiving in the following irrigation season. There's also a typo in the Sacramento River flow. The 4,000 should be a 9,000, so I apologize for that. So now for the numbers, we'll start with rain. Despite the forecast for a wet January, there has been little to no rain this month. You may think that the 96% updated seasonal average for the Northern Sierra is good. However, I'd like to note that last month that value was 145%, and so it has decreased quite significantly. Similarly, Southern Sierra has also come down from 80% to the updated value of 49% of the seasonal average. There is still time for catch-up. The rainy season is still going on, and there is potential forecasts for a potential wet February, so we should keep positive thoughts. However, snowpack is a little bit more of not as good news. The manual snow measurements began December 30th, and currently the statewide average is 27%. And given the warm temperatures, this value will probably remain the same throughout the coming years, which will have impact on the volume of water available during the dry season in the form of spring snowmelt. On to water supply. Reservoir storage has actually increased from 10% last month thanks to the December rains. The water quality, or the river flows, have actually decreased, however. The Sacramento River has gone down to 9,000 CFS, which is about 27% of the 20-year flow average. This was 225% last month, so that will give you an idea of the degree to which it has decreased. Salinity has been mediocre for the rivers. The San Joaquin River, however, is quite high at 1,024. However, this tends to be the standard at this time of year. So, and last but not least, on to the fish values with a focus on Delta smelt. I wanted to repeat the fall mid-water trawl index was 9, which is the lowest in history. So that is a point of concern, as well as the seasonal salvage of 56. You may have heard this was a subject of concern as the original incidental take limit was 78, but this has been increased, as Dan Raid mentioned, to 196 per request by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation to adopt the interim method that updates the value. And that concludes the by the numbers. Do you have any questions?
Questions? All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I just ask a quick question?
Yes,
I'm sorry. Yumiko, thank you for the nice report. Under flow, just to clarify, the Sacramento River, you said is 9,370 versus the 4,370.
Right, but the current, the updated version from yesterday is actually 9,144.
144. And then, so my question is a clarification on the adjustment in the percentages. And I think you said 27%. That's the corrected adjustment. Right. Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you both very much.
Actually, can I just add a footnote? Thank you, Yumiko, for that nice presentation. Dana just suggested you might like a little more insight on the calculation of the take and the outcome from the independent review panel that we had for the long-term operations biological opinions. So just to add a little more discussion while we've got our fish expert, Sam, at the table as well. So I'll give just a brief snapshot, and then if you have any questions, Sam is here as well. So the long-term operations biological opinion annual review, this was the 5th one in a row that we had completed. And what's really impressive, I think, is both NIMPS and Reclamation, Fish and Wildlife Service really choose some of the big tough problems for this panel review. They're not sort of picking things at the edges. And this whole issue about how the allowable take is calculated there's a lot of uncertainty. So what they're trying to do here is, if you had a very accurate population, knowledge of the population of the fish, and you have a certain percentage being taken as a result of the water operations, you can project the viability of the population going up and down over time. The difficulty is that in that calculation, there's a lot of uncertainty about both sides of that formula. We don't have a good handle on the population, and there's difficulties in actually being able to you calculate the take. So there's a lot of assumptions and a fairly empirical way of coming up with the count. And so one of the things which was reviewed back in December was an alternative that was put forward by Reclamation, possibly a better way of doing that calculation. And the panel, it was just a really, really good discussion. So they heard about it on the first day. Overnight, one of the biostatisticians took the same data and reran it and just gave this wonderful 30-minute exposition. And that followed a very constructive discussion following that. And what both the panel and the presenters agreed was that they applaud the new approach because it was trying to include more basic understanding into that equation. The problem was that the data really didn't support it. So the conclusion was that statistically you couldn't tell whether one method was better than the other. So the proposed method actually increased the allowable take level, as you can see in the report. And so in the letter or the decision that Fish and Wildlife Service came back with is this is just an interim measure. So they're trying it for this year. But the long-term goal is they've been working now for a couple of years to really develop a life cycle model for smelt. And to do that, Fish and Wildlife Service has brought in a internationally recognized biostatistician, Ken Newman, who's very, very highly regarded internationally. And he's got a team that's working on the life cycle model. And that's what the Fish and Wildlife Service intend when that model's been proven and tested to actually guide things, which would, I think, really result in a quantum step in understanding and defensibility of what's done. But Sam, you may want to add some additional perspective.
No, I think that covered it pretty well. I think the incidental take limit's important. It's not the only thing that's in the biological opinions to protect smelt, so it's kind of this bookend, it's kind of a warning level that things are getting a bit out of hand, that there's still a number of actions in there that protect the fish. I think the panel did help to lend some credibility to this, the new or the interim way of doing the calculation, and added some confidence for the agencies in that method. So I think that's about it.
So, gentlemen, this is all based on the fall midwater trawl index. There were reports earlier last year that new technology was going to be employed to detect presence and amounts of smelt. How's that coming along?
Are you referring to the smelt cam?
Yep.
Well, the smelt cam, as far as I know, is still in development. It's been used experimentally. Most of the survey information that's available now, like fall midwater trawl, they basically drag a net around, and the smelt that they catch, die. So the smelt cam is a way to pull the net around and through camera and computer technology identify smelt while they pass through the tail end of the net without and survive. So I still think it's being worked on. I think it would be an improvement, and for some of the surveys would be very helpful. I think some of the early warning kinds of surveys it would be a useful tool. So they're working on it. I guess in general, I would say in looking at what's going on with smelt, and you'll hear a lot about it later on with the MAST report, is I think that the scientists are really have improved our understanding of smelt behavior, distribution, population levels over the last few years. And I think that even the the trawl numbers that are coming in, it's all starting to make sense and lends a certain degree of confidence that we are improving our understanding of why they are, where they are, and how many are being entrained, and what kinds of steps can be taken to protect them. So,
okay, thank you for that. Peter?
That's it from me, thanks.
Okay, that concludes file item number 6. Any public comment? Great, we'll move on then to file item number 7, year in review. Jessica Pearson.
Thank you, Chairman Fiorini. Well, as you mentioned earlier, I've been on maternity leave since late October, and I returned full-time in March, but I felt that it was important personally for me to be here today before you to present on the activity and accomplishments from 2014 in the context of the priorities that we set together when I took over last year. So last year was a year of significant transition for the council. It was our first full year of implementing the Delta Plan. Randy took over as chair in February, and I began as executive officer in May. So we have a new leadership team in place. And then we also had the inaugural launch of the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee. We added 2 new council members and just recently a 3rd. So my first order of business after taking over as executive officer was to ensure that the council had established priorities that were in writing and agreed upon. I believe that this aids in the transparency of our work, that it gives definitive guidance to staff, and that it sets clear lines of accountability for me to you. Just as a reminder, and for those who were not here, staff presented a list of priorities under the previous executive officer in December 2013. Council feedback at that time was that it was great, but that there were too many and we needed to focus on fewer activities in order to increase our effectiveness. When I took on the role mid-year, I made it my priority to revisit the proposed work plan, and I worked closely with our executive staff and the chairman to narrow and focus our priorities. Notably, during this time, I should mention that the governor released his water action plan, which prominently featured some Delta Plan objectives and elevated the role of the council as a leader in Delta activities across the board. So I'm very proud of staff effort and leadership, and I'm here to tell you that by and large, we did what we said we would do. That said, I believe it would be short-sighted to ignore the big picture trends and acute challenges, some of which you just heard about, that continue to plague the Delta and the state's water supply reliability, drought, climate change, funding limits, etc. To take a moment to celebrate some of our accomplishments, however, does not mean we think we are done. We are not done. We have just begun implementation of the plan. Physical improvements to the system will take time, and I believe will eventually be attributable in part to our coordination and science support efforts. But we aren't seeing large-scale physical improvements yet. Sure, there are anecdotes of success and individual projects that we can point to and that we will point to today where great work has been done and is being done. Many were brought before you at hearings last year and are included in the report that you have before you today. We still face tremendous challenges on every level, and our work is certainly cut out for us. I want us to be in a position where as a council we can report positively regarding trend reversal rather than just anecdotal success. But we can't expect these outcomes overnight, and physical improvements to the system will take time. Foundationally, we were created to provide a master plan to further the co-equal goals and to provide leadership and then assess progress of that plan. Therefore, the annual report highlights not just Delta Stewardship Council accomplishments, but also reflects happenings from the broader community of agencies and organizations that are working to implement the Delta Plan. Last year, we saw some long-term planning efforts, BDCP and Delta flow standards, take a backseat to immediate drought response, which is really to be expected during any crisis. However, we also saw the state take some actions spurred by drought that will have long-term positive impacts, particularly on water supplies, like the groundwater bill package and Proposition 1, which represents significant new investment in a variety of ecosystem projects and water supply diversity projects. I believe that overall, having this master plan, the Delta Plan, in place, particularly during a time of crisis, really helped keep focus on longer-term Delta activities that otherwise might have been lost in the noise. So today, I'm here with you to briefly highlight 3 major council accomplishments from 2014, and I have my very capable staff at the table who can provide details, and we are also here to answer questions. After I speak, I'm going to hand the microphone to Peter so that he can add his own observations and reflections. And like I said, then our executive team will add their own as well. So I realize it's not a sexy topic, but I'm proud of the fact that we built in 2014 a regulatory program from the ground up. This is the covered actions process and our responsibility in that process. Doing this the right way meant that we developed in-house an online compliance system for agencies to file for consistency with the Delta Plan. It was no easy task. We reorganized our staff to support the covered action process, including interdisciplinary strike teams of science and planners who can be quickly dispatched to provide early consultation services upon request. We also added an email notification system to ensure that the interested public is aware of covered actions when they are filed so that they can comment or appeal as the law intended. Last year, this filing system was tested only twice, although we engaged in many early consultation meetings, and we anticipate several filings in the months to come. So we will continue to benefit from the time and energy invested in 2014 in this process. Last year, a significant amount of staff work was spent in fulfillment of our BDCP oversight and review roles bestowed upon us by the legislature. The council oversaw a tremendous effort of staff and staff-led consultants to review tens of thousands of pages of BDCP documents with an eye towards the scientific foundation of the project and the in-delta impacts, including specific recommendations from our staff and consultants for how those impacts might be better mitigated or avoided altogether. This work culminated in a 23-page comment letter, plus attachments, many meetings and public board presentations. It complemented the work of the Independent Science Board and several independent science panels that were organized by our staff. Since then, our staff still consult regularly with the BDCP agencies, and we stand ready to allocate time for the next phase of evaluation this year. Finally, I'm proud of the launch of our Delta Levee's investment strategy, or as I like to call it, the job no one else wanted. Put simply, it's an effort to analyze what's known about Delta levees, the nuances and complexities of state and federal levee policy, the constraints or advantages of available funding sources, and taking all of that together, the council will make recommendations regarding how limited funds should be invested and prioritized. It will also lead to an update of our plan's current regulation that we have on this topic. And it's a multi-year effort, and it demands thorough outreach, which I have taken very seriously. We are treading in territory where others have tread with limited success, and I think we are all aware of that. Still, if it were easy, it would have been done by now. And there's a reason why the legislature assigned this task to us. Much is at stake. Last year, we interviewed and selected a consultant team. We proposed a policy framework in the form of a white paper. We designed an outreach strategy. We collected baseline technical information, and we met with numerous small groups of knowledgeable stakeholders and residents, all to make sure that we enter the effort with our eyes wide open. This will be a significant workload for the council this year as well, and you will receive the latest update on this project today. So at this point, I'm going to pass the microphone to Dr. Goodwin. Our staff can add details, and then they can turn it back to me to wrap it up and also answer questions.
Well, thank you, Jessica. And first of all, it's great to see you back. So
thank you.
And I'd also like to just echo Jessica's comment. I think what the staff achieved in 2014 was just remarkable. And also towards the end of the 2014, the ability, I think, of the council to make some really great hires is going to pay dividends in the future. So you just saw Yumiko earlier, but there's just now a hard core of folks coming in that are really going to make big contributions in 2015. So I'd like to build on what Jessica said, but start out taking a look at the state and national trends related to science. And if I had to pick out two things which have really emerged in the last few months, which would perhaps illustrate that you're on the cutting edge of thinking, there's two parts to it. One is the move towards evidence-based measures of the success of large science programs. And this is requiring rigorous reviews and accountability. Many of these are requested directly by US Congress. The second thing which is going on is the move towards collaborative science. And this is driven both at the state level and the federal level. So on the federal level, there's been a series of presidential executive orders in the last 18 months that require data sharing amongst federal agencies, cooperation in building resilience to climate change, and many other examples which have relevance to us. At the state level, we have the California Water Action Plan, of course, which has already been mentioned several times today. But let's not forget the California Water Plan that also has a lot of relevance to what we're doing. And all of this is calling for better ways of working together. And so if we actually look at the commitment in science, I think some of this is driven by the drought. But we just have to look at the acknowledgement of the Delta Science Plan in the California Water Action Plan, reference to science in the governor's budgets, the statement made by the Deputy Secretary of Interior at the Bay Delta Science Conference, the commitment by agency directors in forum like the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee. And that's from the agency perspective, but also when you hear folks like Jeff Keitlinger really advocating that everyone benefits from accurate information and knowledge that helps anticipate, plan, and manage water. So in my experience, I've never seen a time in California where everything has been aligned towards this commitment of science. And you at the Stewardship Council has been asking very tough questions of the science community, but they're also the right questions to have asked. So what I'd like to do is just give a few examples of evidence of the way that science is being transformed, and we are moving from what Dr. Jeff Mount of the ISB used to refer to as combat science to a more collaborative environment. The One Delta One Science, you're going to hear from Rainer and Taran about the Interim Science Action Agenda. And of course, with this effort, before you can start prioritizing, you need to understand what's out there. So the Interim Science Action Agenda intended to establish the sciencescape, what's going on. And what we're doing in 2015 is sort of referred to as the gaps and glue. What isn't being covered that's critically important, and the glue is the sort of synthesis activities that the National Academy has called for that currently is not underway. And so the evidence here is just the amount of effort that was put into the Interim Science Action Agenda and the willingness of multiple groups right across the spectrum of interest to participate in that. A second area in the Delta Science Plan was managing conflicts in science. And as an example of that, I'd really like to acknowledge the achievements of Dr. Val Connor, Leah Wintonitz, and others in the Collaborative Adaptive Management team that's being done and it has been underway. And as you heard from them, this is really very, very difficult. But I think in 2014, major steps have been made in building trust. And if you recall, Dr. Connor actually mentioned the Delta Science Plan is the North Star into the procedures that they've been adopting there. And as one piece of evidence, we were asked to convene a panel that reviewed the scope of work, this directed research activities that's going on under Kempt. And the reason for doing this independent scientific review is that it increases the credibility of the work product, the legitimacy, it's transparent, people can see what's being done and why, and the relevance. Is the science that's being done actually addressing these bigger issues that are currently confounding the ability to make decisions? The evidence here was in two areas. The first was you could tell that some of the panels have been on these federal panels that are trained to explore the effectiveness of big science panels, because if you saw, they were often asking questions not of the person who was making the presentation, but someone else that was sitting up there. So part of what they were doing was to see how cohesive is this team. And what was very interesting, if you followed that or take a look at it, is that it truly was a cohesive team. You often saw people jumping in. It wasn't their part of the work program, so it wasn't just there's so much money, we're dividing the pot this many ways and we're all going to do our own thing. It was very integrated. Well, we need this piece of information or else this doesn't fit into what we're doing. And so that's just an evidence. There was a 60-page report that was in the Science with 5 technical appendices associated with that, with a lot of very constructive input. And again, the level of the scientific discourse in that review was quite remarkable. How we build this One Delta, One Science community that's called for in the Delta Science program. I'm not going to talk about the online journal now, other than acknowledge the direction from the council or floating the idea to the editor of these invited essays. And those have proven to be hugely successful. Also in the community building exercises, the brown bag seminars, we hosted 18, more than 1,000 people participated, with 1/3 of those remotely. The other element of the brown bag seminars which we've started doing is occasionally inviting one of the independent science board, so that people actually get to meet and to know and to be able to interact with the independent science board members. A couple of other things of note: the Bay Delta Science Conference. Despite the continuing difficulty in many people to travel, we had over 1,100 people attended the 3-day event. And some of the notable events there was introducing the new Independent Science Board member through a plenary talk that was Dr. Steve Brand. And of course, Chair Fiorini also gave one of the plenary talks. The CARBA seminars also proved to be very successful. This year we held 3. These are in-depth opportunities for folks to set aside their agency affiliations and talk about science issues in depth. The thing which we added in terms of evidence is not just to have those presentations out there online so people can go back and refer to the presentations, but we've also asked the conveners to come up with a peer-reviewed publication out of that. And that's also proven to be acceptable. We also ran several independent workshops and panels that will be covered by the science. You're also going to hear about the Data Summit, and I hope you really take pride in this effort. As I mentioned before, with federal initiatives coming down like the Open Data, or the Open Water Data Initiative, we were really thinking about this a year before that initiative emerged. And this is a vision document. It's what we should be thinking about in the era of big data. This is when data can never fit on a single machine or come through a single agency. And as Vice Chair Eisenberg and I saw at the Exceed conference, everyone is struggling with this right now. Because if data isn't accessible and usable, it truly has no value. Why are you collecting the data if it can't be used in an effective manner? And our position is California should absolutely be in the vanguard of this new movement. We have Silicon Valley down the road. We've got 6 of the top 20 universities in the world that are thinking about this issue. So this is not an implementation plan, but it was an attempt to explore the possible future and the barriers about why this has not happened in the past. It also supports the California Water Action Plan, which specifically asks for improved data availability and communication of that data as one of the recommendations. So the evidence here that we're talking about in the Data Summit is that it's an incredibly high level of participation. We had over 200 attendees, 1,300 people attending online, but the contributions from those people in the development of the white paper was simply remarkable, and people were doing that on their own time. We were not paying folks. And so this is just a few of the highlights I think that came out of 2014. But I would like to finish by acknowledging the contributions of the Independent Science Board. I think the way they've been functioning through 2013, 2014 has been quite remarkable. And their productivity, as you're going to hear from Dr. Tracy, has been fantastic. But also I think it's the way they're conducting this. They're pragmatic, they're focusing on problem solving and doing things better. They don't want to use science as an excuse for doing nothing, as you've heard from many of the ISB members. So I would just like to acknowledge that, I think, as a highlight. So with that, I'll turn it back to Jessica and for the next part.
Thank you, Peter. Well, we've assembled our executive staff here at the table, and I think I'm going to turn it over to Dan, who's going to say a few words. And then, we're cognizant of the time, but we also want to be available to answer questions if there are any.
Yeah, I think what we're prepared to do, if you think that would be helpful, Mr. Chairman, is just briefly to overview the high priority actions that we talked about in the spring, and just check in on where we're at with those, the accomplishments that we've been able to nail down, as well as some work that's still yet to be done. So I think we'll start, Cindy, maybe you could talk us a little about the levee investment strategy work.
I'll borrow your microphone. Okay, good morning. Thank you very much. So our executive officer did a fantastic job of providing an overview of the work that the staff have been undertaking over this last year and a look forward into 2015. Again, we'll just echo that last year, the year was spent, the first part of the year, going through contracting processes, securing our consultants, and then in the latter part of the year, we moved into actually looking at data collection to start to develop the methodology for the levee investment strategy. We began outreach efforts, which Chairman Johnston mentioned one of earlier today. We did some work around the peer review panel, which will be part of, I'm sorry, I said chairman, council member, sorry. We also had some efforts around the peer review panel that's being formed for the peer review process that will occur in spring of this year, and working with the science program and Dr. Goodwin to form that panel. And so I'll be providing an update a little bit later in the agenda today on where we're at and the work we've done over the last month. And then we'll also be shifting gears into more of a policy type discussion moving forward. But looking at the year ahead, this 2015 time frame, really we will be undertaking all of the major elements of the levee investment strategy, developing the methodology, peer review panel as I mentioned, the CEQA process, and moving towards developing the draft strategy as well as the draft CEQA documents at the end of 2015. So it's going to be a very busy year. It will still entail quite a bit of extensive outreach with stakeholders, with our partner agencies, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later as well.
Yeah, I think, too, part of what's, to me, really remarkable about how this is being proceeded is the breadth of engagement that we've got. I mean, partly because we've got a Dutch engineering firm and a Santa Monica-based think tank on our consulting team, backed up with environmental consultants who know the Delta very well. And as a result of that, we're engaged routinely with our colleagues in the Department of Water Resources and the Flood Board and the Department of Fish and Wildlife, who are responsible for the programs today. And they know the difficulty of making these decisions, and they have got great understanding how funds have been allocated and what needs are. We've had very helpful input with the listening sessions that Chairman Fiorini organized, the meetings we've held in the Delta, in engaging with local folks who both have the most at stake and have the very fine-grade knowledge about needs and opportunities. And we're increasingly reaching out then and getting engagement too with people in other regions who are working on very similar issues and learning sort of some of the creative approaches that they're engaged with. And we're hoping when we get together in March with some of the technical experts that we're pulling together to help give you some advice, we can tap into that vein. So it's really been it's a very rich partnership as we kind of approach this very difficult, as Jessica said, unwelcome in some ways task of trying to decide how to tackle a difficult problem with not enough money. Reiner, you want to talk about the science action agenda?
Sure. Mr. Chair and Council, I just want to add a couple more details to what Dr. Goodwin had mentioned earlier, and you may recall Cody Phillips giving you the heads up on all what the court decisions were in regard to the biological opinions. One of the key success stories from last year is the fact that the collaborative adaptive management team decided to continue with their collaborative process despite the fact that there is no longer any judicial pressure on the group. So they decided this is working. Collaborative processes are much more productive than duking things out in the courts, and so that is a good sign that our One Delta, One Science motto is actually taking shape. So I just wanted to augment that because it's quite remarkable that the parties decided to stay together.
We have a question from Councilmember Eisenberg.
Just a question. Collaborative adaptive management team grew out of litigation and the pace was set so that there would be a 3-year period of time in which the parties would adopt a collaborative adaptive management framework. Has that been adopted?
The work plan has been adopted, yes.
Is there an adaptive management strategy, framework, or something that we can look to and say, this is what we will satisfy the requirements of law for the council?
I believe that has been put into place with the first report to Judge O'Neill when the case was still active.
Well, I read that first report, and that first report simply said everybody was serious. State and federal agencies were now serious about adaptive management. They needed 3 years to get it done. The court was reluctant to give them 3 years, gave them 1 year at a time. I think we're now 2.5 years from that process.
Not quite, yeah.
Okay, so will there be an adaptive management agreement between federal agencies, state agencies, and the other parties to that litigation? I understand the litigation has apparently been resolved. Will there be an adaptive management scheme adopted and implemented for anything?
That is the plan. That still remains the intent of this.
I mean, it's the hope.
Yes, it's the hope.
When would you say the council could expect to see from that a plan of adaptive management that could serve as a prototype to be applied throughout the Delta to major restoration and water reliability projects?
As you will hear this afternoon, adaptive management is already going on. The plan is essentially outlined in the Delta plan, and they adopted the adaptive management framework for that. So in essence, they're already using this now, and there are several steps involved in advancing the knowledge base so that ultimately the biological opinions can be revised according to the narrowing of the uncertainties.
Well, my recollection is that the agreement was to pursue a temporary agreement, was to pursue a set of research subjects as opposed to developing an adaptive management plan. So I guess your answer is, because we're pursuing the research project, that shows there's an adaptive management system underway?
The research that's underway now is already informing some of the operational actions.
Sounds like there is no such thing as an adaptive management process, but it's simply the status quo with everyone agreeing to be nice and work together in the hopes that that will satisfy the requirement of law that adaptive management be a component of all major restoration and water reliability.
Yeah, that's correct.
I don't know.
Well, and I think we can return to this maybe if we want to have a fuller discussion under flows, but let's think about what the adaptive management framework that's in the Delta Plan calls for. You know, it calls for first developing a conceptual model, your understanding of how things are, and identifying what it is you don't know so you can assess what the problems are. That's really in no small part what the CAMP process is about. We're going to hear this afternoon about the report of what we do know, the things we've learned recently through the evaluations and studies that have been going on about smelt in the last half dozen plus years. The CAMP process is a way to go through and say, hey, here's high priority uncertainties, things that we don't know we need to focus in on. And as a result, they're going through and conducting that additional research. And in the adaptive management process, that's the first step, is to do research scale actions. Next thing is to let's try some experiments. And we had a big experiment, bold one, with smelt just this last couple of months when they turned off the pumps, forego the opportunity to divert some water to see if they could, by taking advantage of the salinity, the sediment conditions, avoid taking smelt. So we have got some experiments going on. Have they written the whole thing down in a way that they can say, yeah, this is how this is going to proceed? Not that I've read it, but nevertheless, I think you can see a very helpful adaptive management process underway.
Actually, just to add to that, because they are using the model as described in the Delta Plan, and I think they've been very clear all along, they're basically road testing a lot of these concepts. But the actual intent was to follow the wheel that's in the Delta Plan.
All right. Let me just quickly highlight what we accomplished in the interim science with the interim science action agenda. I think you've heard sufficient detail from Peter about the data summit and the administrative draft that's currently circulating of the proceedings, and you will see in short order the release of the public review draft in the very near future. So let me just quickly speak to the interim science action agenda. As you may recall, the Delta Science Plan is only one of 3 parts of the overall science strategy. The 2 other elements, in addition to the science plan, are the regular updates to the state of Bay Delta knowledge, because if we don't know what we've learned over the past years, we can't adjust our priorities for the next round of science actions that are needed to continue to reduce uncertainties associated with management decisions, and therefore help inform those. So I think we're now fully underway to get the state of Bay Delta science updated. The editorial board convened last year. There's a illustrious set of experts that are going to write the chapters for the update, and that has been informed quite significantly by our Science Advisory Committee. So you will see the updated state of Bay Delta science. It's since what our knowledge increases since the last report came out in 2008, and based on that, we can actually then start to prioritize our science actions much more diligently and systematically. In the meantime, we are not standing still. So as you heard earlier from Peter, the interim science action agenda was endorsed by the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee, and they gave us now directions to identify out of the range of science activities that our science community has identified, for us, for this purpose, some high value and high impact activities that we can start in 2015 and actually accelerate the process of informing management decisions. And Taryn might have a few more things to progress items for the implementation committee to say, but I think we're close to having an interim set of high priority and high value science action in place, and when we report back to the committee in May, hopefully we will get green light from them. And lastly, I want to mention that we were asked by the State Water Board to organize 2 workshops last year to help with updates to their updating their flow objectives in the Bay Delta plan to protect beneficial uses. And one workshop focused on delta outflows and the interactive effects on stressors impacting fish and wildlife, and the second workshop focused on interior delta flows. Both workshops resulted in a summary of best available science that now is available for the State Water Board staff to incorporate into their forthcoming plan. And essentially we're now seeing that plan as evidence for adapting to the new science that we have summarized through this process, and hopefully we'll see that plan in draft form this year.
What we're attempting to do is kind of work through in order the high priority actions that are outlined in attachment 1 to the staff report. So we've just covered the interim science action agenda. Ask Cindy and maybe Reiner a little bit too to weigh in on the habitat restoration activities of the last year. That's right.
Okay, I'll start and then turn it over to Reiner. So some of the activities that the planning staff were engaged in, along with the science staff, we work very closely together in this forum under habitat restoration. First one is the issue paper, the habitat restoration issue paper that the council endorsed in August of last year. The paper was sparked by the Independent Science Board's review of habitat restoration in the Delta, and it incorporates ideas from the Delta Science Plan, the draft Delta Restoration Framework. It endorses and has a good discussion, lengthy discussion of adaptive management and restoration actions. And it has a series of recommendations as well, looking out 2 years from the completion of the paper for council staff as well as recommendations for outside agencies around restoration activities. And so we're looking at those recommendations as we're looking ahead to the 2015 priorities. Some of those we're already undertaking covered actions, early consultation. Others we're still working on in terms of landscape scale, conceptual models, and some of the work the science program will be largely engaging in. So I wanted to mention that's one of the highlights from 2014 for the planning side of things. I also just wanted to mention that planning staff as well as science staff have been involved in tracking and reviewing various projects and reports and documents, participating or coordinating a lot of different meetings or activities. For example, the Delta Conservancy's Restoration Network, we participate in that regularly. The Sassoon Marsh Plan now has an adaptive management advisory team that some of my staff co-chair. As well as just tracking projects that we've actually helped to shepherd through the covered actions process. And these are a couple projects that are actually mentioned in the annual report. So the Dutch Slough Restoration Project, as well as the Sherman Island Whale's Mouth Project, which is a combination of subsidence reversal and habitat restoration. So very, very proud to have launched that process and been able to help our partner agencies through that. And then in addition, as we look to this year, we have realized that some of these larger scale restoration efforts are going to break ground or at least make significant progress moving forward in 2015, starting with Calhoun Cut, which again is mentioned in the annual report, restoration project that actually broke ground in October of 2014, restoration project in Solano County. It's largely focused on restoring tidal connections to historic marshlands. We'll also be, of course, following the Dutch Slough project as it breaks ground and some of the others. And the last piece I'd like to mention, at least for my part under habitat restoration, is the completion of the Ecosystem Restoration Program's conservation strategy. And this is the Department of Fish and Wildlife. This is their document. They're the lead. But they completed this document in conjunction with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as well as NOAA Fisheries. And this particular document includes a list of priority actions for addressing non-native invasive species. And I wanted to bring this up because this is a recommendation that's in the Delta Plan. It's also a performance measure, so we're very excited that that document has been completed and those agencies are moving forward. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to you, Rainer.
So now that we're beginning to get fully staffed, we now have the ability and started to advise together with the planning group in the early consultation process. And as was mentioned earlier, this didn't just include the covered actions that came up last year, but also is looking ahead what might actually be coming, down the pike. And we're beginning to have conversations way earlier before things actually are being certified. So I think we're making some headway there to actually fine-tune our processes, and we've learned a lot of lessons as part of the reviews of existing habitat restoration projects or that are in the hopper that we can now apply in 2015. So I think I feel we've made quite a bit of strides in figuring out how the science and the planning components can fit together really nicely. So I just wanted to highlight that.
If we move on then to the next page of attachment 1, Reiner's already talked about one of the key things we were trying to do this year was work on the flows and associated stressors, the questions of how we can better manage flow into and through the delta, as well as some of the stressors like predators and pollution and other things that come with that. Reiner, you've already talked about the camped work and the reports to the board. Is there anything else that, I know later we'll hear about the ISB's work on fish and flow. Is there anything else you think you need to cover?
No, I think that you will hear more from Dr. Collier about the role of the science board in taking a look at this whole issue.
Okay. Cindy, you want to talk a little bit about land use then?
Okay, so in 2014, we realized that this is actually a big percentage or a big portion of the work that some of the planning staff spends their time on, and we're very proud of the work and the relationships that we've built over the last year. So I just want to walk through some highlights from the previous year and a quick glimpse into what we think our focus will be in 2015. So per the Delta Plan, in an effort to promote farmland conservation, smart growth, and provide opportunities for restoration, staff have reviewed numerous projects, plans, environmental documents, and in fact, we sent 10 comment letters in 2014 related to general plan updates, sustainable community strategies, and the Council of Government updates as they move forward in their processes, along with ecosystem restoration and also some grant program guidelines. So along these themes of open space, farmland conservation, smart growth, et cetera. So staff also, in doing this, spent a lot of time behind the scenes talking with the county planning staff, with the Council of Government staff, building those relationships and spending a lot of time getting a better understanding of the projects, the plan updates, and then also providing more information and interpretation of policies from the Delta Plan to help the staff on the other side really understand what consistency would look like with the Delta Plan and just what the recommendations mean and et cetera. So it was, I think, a very good use of staff time, and we've really created some very good relationships. As I think the council saw when we had the San Joaquin Council of Governments staff come to do a presentation around their update and the work we were doing with them back in, I think, March of last year. So some other plans, general plan updates that we commented on and worked with staff on the planning side, I should say county planning side with, is the San Joaquin County General Plan update. That was our most recent effort in reviewing a plan and providing comments. We also worked with the City of Sacramento as well as the City of Brentwood on their general plan updates and provided comments on those. We also, in 2014, pulled together a presentation on transportation in the Delta, the infrastructure around transportation, and brought together a panel of experts to come in and talk about their challenges, the plans, the opportunities for transportation. This is a key item in the Delta Plan in the Delta's Place chapter, and we're continuing to work with those entities, especially as we move through the Delta Levee investment strategy. We want to make sure we're understanding their plans for future conditions and what the level of risk might be for transportation and infrastructure in the Delta. So we'll be incorporating that as part of the levee investment strategy. So looking ahead to 2015, again, we anticipate continuing to review a lot of documents, engage with county staff, local staff, participate in various meetings and efforts. One area that we will spend more time on, we anticipate, is working with the local entities on their habitat conservation plans. There's some activities we think will be moving ahead with some of the plans. We'll engage in those. And then one new item that we actually started to work on towards the end of 2014 is energy facilities in the Delta. So staff is looking, per recommendation in the Delta Plan, per some guidance from statute, to look at scoping a work plan around energy facility siting, again, also looking at risk around those facilities and how that might be addressed as part of the levee investment strategy. So another item to stay tuned for. So, thank you.
I think one observation I'd make about the work on land use, and I have to give some of the credit for this to the admonition the Delta Protection Commission gave us in the land use in their economic sustainability plan to not be tying up the regular development activity that's important to the Delta economy in unnecessary red tape. And so you guys, when you adopted the regulations for the Delta Plan, you really went out of your way to make sure that we were really focusing on those things that mattered, which was the protection of farmland and making sure development doesn't encroach into floodplains, and didn't become the Board of Zoning Appeals for routine actions that are happening in this, West Sacramento or the Contra Costa shoreline. And these are, in the last year, these are communities where construction has rebounded dramatically. And yet, not only was the first covered action not a development project, no development project has been a covered action this year. So I think we've really done what we hope to do when we designed those regulations, was make sure we didn't get in the way of routine land use actions that are important to the region. And I'm pleased with that, and yet we're still engaged on those things that require our attention. Those are the priority topics we thought we were going to work on this year, and we've made quite a bit of progress. We also had a lot of the year was spent just kind of building the core muscle and bone, the sinews of the agency. How are we going to do our business with the routine ways that we should be acting? Because as a new agency, we're moving from planning, which was like thinking, writing, debating, trying to figure out what we might do, to actually getting the gears in motion and implement the plan. A key part of that was the implementation committee, which Tar and his coordinator appointed by the governor got up and running this year.
Thank you, Dan. Good morning, council members. It's a pleasure to be before you today reporting on a very eventful year. With respect to reporting on the implementation committee and being at this table where we talk very specifically about what we're doing, the implementation committee requires us to step back and have a much broader, perhaps 30,000-foot view. So I'm going to step back to the statute, the water code that required that we put this group together. Water Code Section 85204 required that the council establish and oversee a committee of agencies to implement the Delta Plan. That was really our guidance, and on paper we have done just that. I can tell you that we have put a committee together. It consists of 17 state and federal agencies, cabinet secretaries, very high-level directors. But what I'd like to report today is that we've gone even beyond that into encapsulating the spirit of the Delta Reform Act. One of the ways that we were able to do that is through to having the council choose to have this committee focus on the coordination role of the council as opposed to forcing the regulatory components that we have. So more about bringing this group together and create a team of people to work towards that longer vision that we have for the Delta. Excuse me. The incorporation of the Delta Plan and the Delta Science Plan and the California Water Action Plan really did assist us with this effort. And in hosting our meetings with these agency heads, we have heard now from them that the administration is acknowledging that this forum, this venue, this committee is an important presents an important organizing opportunity for us to work together and make progress on multi-agency, multi-benefit efforts for the Delta through the Water Action Plan, through the work in implementing the California Water Action Plan, as we also try to continue implementing our specific Delta Plan and Delta Science Plan. The Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee has now made its way into the state's Delta lexicon, if there is such a thing. And I guess I'm stating that there is. And I think that shows not just on paper the things that we've done. What it shows is the level, at all levels of staff, directors, executive team, and the council in terms of relationship building and carrying forward the importance of what we're doing here every single day. So with respect to the implementation committee, it is moving forward. We have two updates for 2 meetings, one May 11th, and then one will be in November as well. And having gone through the initial stages this last year, 2014, the committee has now identified some tasks for staff and their staff to work together on. As Reiner and Dr. Goodwin have discussed, there was some direction to have a working group organize some near-term science actions that the interagency committee can consider and help guide some staff resources. So I just would like to say thank you for all of the work that council members have done in terms of their guidance with this, and then also with staff who carry really the burden of trying to implement everything.
Thanks, Tara. And then just kind of working through again, attachment 7, Reiner's already had Jessica's already talked quite about the covered action process. I don't know, there's a lot more to be said about that. We've talked about the data summit work and also the efforts to kind of maintain the state of Delta science. I can tell you one of the things that I'm disappointed in is that we're not farther along in seeking federal approval of our plan as an element of California's coastal zone management program. We found ourselves knotted in state bureaucracy and contract rules as we tried to hire the consulting team that we thought would be most effective. I think we've untied those knots, and within the next month we'll have that team in place and we'll be able to move forward on that. You want to talk a little about performance reporting then?
Sure. Okay, so and I realize we updated the council last month on performance measures, so I'm going to keep this kind of high level, but obviously able to answer questions if you have any. So in 2014, what we did was we had 3 areas that we focused on. The first was revamping what we call the Delta Plan Implementation Tracking System. So if you will, this is a project tracking system. It's a database. It'll have a web face to it where we house projects in the Delta that are aligned with the Delta Plan, and we're looking at progress on the projects, expenditures, who's in charge. This was actually a legacy from CalFed. It used to be called the CalFed Project Performance Information System. We've renamed it to Delta View. We think that's a nicer name and easier to say. So what we've done is we've just, behind the scenes, all the technical upgrades that needed to happen, we're just about done with those. And so what we'll be doing moving forward into 2015 is working with, again, our partner implementing agencies. This is a process they're very used to. They've been doing it since CalFed days, where they actually input information on projects, whether they're new projects or updating project information. And then what staff is looking at, and we'll be bringing forward over this next year, is the format of the reports on that information. We'll have some different ways to look at the types of projects, the money spent, agencies involved, and we're also looking at how might that look as a web tool. So would it be a dashboard? There's different ways we can display the information. So that's one area that we've been focused on and will continue in this next year. The other two areas have to do with the actual Delta Plan performance measures. So one of our tasks in 2014 was to take a look at all 161 performance measures, assess them for readiness to implement, to start tracking and reporting on. And what we ended up doing was splitting out the administrative performance measures, which are the bulk of those, 118 of the 161. And we've actually, staff over 2014 had started to track progress on those. Those are pretty straightforward performance measures. We gave a report in December, and Keith has been working with us to pull that information into the annual report. So you'll see those blue sidebars, by policy chapter, what do the administrative performance measures look like in terms of activity. So staff have been, over the last year, taking a look at all of those activities, and about 80% of those administrative performance measures have activities that are in progress. And so we'll continue to track those, we'll continue to report out, and we may make some refinements over this next year to move to maybe some more quantitative reporting. And then the last piece that was, or last area of our focus in 2014 had to do with the other performance measures, output outcome measures. And as you remember, we took a subset of the 43 of those. We took 10 of them and we did a deeper analysis of their readiness to implement. So we took a look at, what kind of data do we need? Is it available? Who has it? What are the baselines, targets, et cetera? So that was a big chunk of work for us in 2014. In 2015, the first half, we'll be looking at the remaining 33 output outcome measures, doing the same analyses and coming back to the council mid-year with a staff report that provides a status of where the measures are at, any staff proposed recommendations for refinements to those measures, and then information on the ones that we're actually implementing. Some of that information we can report out on. So again, we will have quite a chunk of work under performance management. Happy to say we are staffing up. We had some vacancies in 2014. We're just about fully staffed up, and I think that will be quite helpful moving forward to have that in-house expertise. So I think that's it.
Continuing on, just moving through attachment 7, attachment 1 to item 7. You guys know about the BDCP. Jessica's talked about it. I would only add that as much work as this has seemed for us, our consulting teams and the ISB and the science panels that reviewed this, as I've looked at some of the other letters that have also been sent in and the mountains of advice that has been provided to the BDCP team, I wonder if they probably aren't having to read as many pages as it felt like we did, and yet they are persisting. We're going to hear later this afternoon about some additional adjustments to the plan that I think are responsive to our and other comments, and we'll be hearing more about that when they release the next version of the BDCP and its draft EIR and implementation agreement later this spring, all again moving towards a target date for action on that in the tail end of the calendar year. Keith, you want to talk a little bit about the communications work?
Sure, and I realize this is the very last page of your attachment is devoted to communications, and that's generally the traditional way to do things. We talk about our planning and our engineering and our science, and then we send it down the hall, make it look pretty, and get it out the door. But that really isn't how the council has operated, and as you'll notice in each of the priority sections, there's communication support both in planning and developing and how things roll out, and even helping to shape the way we present things early on to try to eliminate some reaction at the back end. And so I'm truly appreciative of the ability to include communications in advanced planning and the way we pull all of this together. We've alluded a lot today to the fact that this organization moved from planning to implementation this year. But we've really tried in our communications to make sure that the things that we do are tied to the Delta Plan and that you see clear links to why we do the things we do and how they relate to the overall big picture of making things better in the Delta. And that's really been the effort behind this year's annual report, is to look at what the plan said, what we said we'd do, and how we did it, how it all ties together. So I hope you find that useful. The new website redesign that we've talked about earlier today, too, is an effort to try to get more information in front of folks in a way that ties things back to why do you do the things you do, what kind of progress are you making. And you know, when you look at this year, which has been affected so much by the drought, and yet so many things actually moved forward, and there are projects, restoration projects that are ready to break ground. I mean, we've made a great deal of progress behind the scenes, and that's really what we're trying to convey throughout all of this. And so you'll see the two main projects were the annual report and the website redesign. They're a real attempt to bring a lot of work that goes behind the scenes up to the front and get it in front of people. We've been taking this old dog and trying to teach it new tricks with the use of social media and Twitter, to varying degrees of success. But we have, the more younger staff we have, the more I'm trying to keep up and panting just a little bit, but I think we're getting there. There are new ways to get information, to take even the wealth of information that shows up in staff reports that we produce every month, not just to have those go before you and then get filed on a shelf somewhere, but to refer back to and make sure that the public who are sometimes looking for information are guided back to the treasure trove that is some of the staff reports that everybody puts a lot of work into every month. So that's sort of, in a nutshell, the successes of communications this year.
You know, like Keith talks about having to come last, but it's worth remembering, you know, planning is a key function of a successful planning agency. The first great plan ever produced in America, the plan for Chicago, was driven not just by the great ideas of Daniel Burnham, the architect, but by stunning images that inspired the city and still do. And our ability to convey successfully an image of here's the kind of Delta we're trying to work together to create, and how we're all cooperating to do that work is really a key thing that we can do to make ourselves successful. And so it's not a function we need to undervalue, it's really core.
Thank you, Mayor Daley.
Okay, well, I really want to just take the moment to thank my staff. We spend a lot of time focusing here at the council on problems and what's going wrong. That is our job. I think that's what drives us to work every day. So thank you for allowing this brief time of reflection and appreciation for the victories and the progress where they do occur. And just, it really has helped me, kind of a sleep-deprived new mother, to slip somewhat seamlessly back into the professional world today, knowing that I have such competent staff. Just two more notes, and then we'll wrap up this section. One thing that's not in the annual report, but I think deserves mentioning, is that I'm really proud of the council and the science program in their roles as incubators for future leaders on water and Delta issues. I mean, at any given time at the council, we have 4 or 5 fellows or interns Young people are drawn to work here, often for free, and I think it's an important performance measure that's not to be overlooked. I got my own start in the water world as an executive fellow, and I've always appreciated the time and effort that my mentors invested in me. And then we've seen the people who have worked here, the young people, land impressive positions after the council, and we'll all probably be working for them one day. So I think that's important to note. And lastly, just next steps looking ahead. At the March meeting, I will be back in full form, and we will be asking you to approve 2015 priorities. Between now and then, staff have a proposal. I will be reaching out, or Dan, or a combo of us both, to each of you, and be working closely with the chair to shape those priorities so that we can hit the ground running. So thank you very much, and if you have any other questions, we're happy to address those.
Jessica, thank you. Thank you to the team. Questions from the council? Mary?
Just a quick one, Mr. Chairman, to turn back to Taran to talk a little bit about the Delta Plan Policy Implementation Committee. And Taran, can you dig a little deeper on the working groups and some of the subjects that have been highlighted for the committee to work on, particularly one that's near and dear to my heart that all of you will get to know hopefully over the next 2 years as an important project of mine, which are the aquatic invasive weeds. So if you can just touch on that a little bit for me, I think that would be valuable for the council members. Thank you.
So with respect to the Interagency Implementation Committee, committee's general role is, of course, looking at implementing the Delta Plan and the Delta Science Plan. And therefore, the council's priorities do get translated into the committee environment. Those take on a slightly different, I'd say, maybe wording, the specifics of that. But in general, we are supporting the coordinated efforts around collaborative science, around regional planning, around levee issues. And in addition, the committee itself tasked staff with a couple of specific interagency coordination efforts. One being the one that we mentioned with the Interim Science Action Agenda, using that as a foundational document to move forward to some actions that we can see in the next couple of years, 2015 and 2016. With respect to the issue near and dear to your heart, the aquatic weeds, that has taken over the last year, has been actually taken quite a snowball effect, if you will, into the Delta in terms of the agencies working on it. So the committee itself, I would say, did not task a work group as much as looked at the council to help support the existing coordination roles that are already underway. So there are two interagency efforts right now with aquatic weeds, and through the council, through the staff work, and therefore culminating in reports to the committee, we can keep an eye on this very important issue that clearly has almost, I would say, gotten out of control to a degree, if I may use that phrase. So the committee and the role that it plays in 2 meetings a year can vary. And so we have a reporting opportunity, but there's a lot of staff time that goes on between the 2 meetings themselves, generally about 6 months. So everything that we've reported on here, along with additional issues, is one, we are not, we're doing our best to avoid any redundancy in any coordination effort. We're taking all of the work done by staff and viewing the successes at coordination at all different levels. And that comes to a head in culminating in those 2 meetings. Hopefully that provided a little more background.
Well, I think it did. Thank you very much. And I think it not only identifies existing coordinating roles, but also the lack thereof. Mm-hmm. And there was an excellent meeting convened in Stockton a couple well, what, month, 6 weeks ago or
It
so?
was in December, yes.
That really identified the different state and federal agencies that are working on invasive aquatic weeds and how they're doing great jobs independent of each other, that the coordination of all these agencies and the revenue and the planning and building a long-term plan in addition to the short-term actions really is critical to solving or resolving the problem to some degree. So I think it's a great opportunity to help keep the issue moving forward so that the communities and the state and the federal government and water delivery supply system network really can see some relief, hopefully, from the impact of the aquatic invasive weeds. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely, and if I may just make one comment to that. With respect to aquatic weeds, it incorporates many agencies that are not part of the Interagency Implementation Committee. So that's where we utilize the council and its coordination role to be able to extend its work and work more closely with those other agencies. So we do utilize the committee venue as best we can.
Exactly, and you're doing a great job leading it. Thank you, Taryn.
Other comments, year in review? Asia?
Yes. My comments and questions are relative to the communications strategy. And I understand, I just want to preface it with two kind of background comments. The first is that my understanding this is just a summary and that there are a myriad of things that happen that you just cannot fit on this one piece of paper. And I understand that as a policymaker, so I just want to throw that out there. The second thing is that representing Southern California, and there's just being a distinct difference between the standard water consumers' understanding of the urgency of the water crisis in the state of California overall. I read Sacramento newspapers in comparison to newspapers in the South Basin. There's usually some mention of water or some type of water issue in Northern California, and it's not the case in Southern California. And so my questions are really focused on communication to users. And so I just wanted to know, is there an actual communication plan that's focused on reaching the average consumer in households? And we discussed in summary the communication strategy, and I understand a lot of work has been done to redesign the website, the annual report. All of that is content development, which is critical when you're trying to develop a message. But the second, I guess, tier would be dispersing information, which we could use a myriad of resources or platforms. But then the third is how do we drive people back to the amazing content that has already been developed, such as the annual reports and all the amazing work that has been done, and that's extremely informative for people to understand. And so I guess for my question is, more succinctly, is there a campaign designed to reach households in order to change consumer patterns?
And at a state level, reaching the average household has not been considered a primary target audience for us. When I worked for 20 years in Southern California, you looked to your local water agency or your city first. It was either a billing insert or a newsletter that showed up from your agency, and that was your primary source of water information if it wasn't a drought year and you weren't reading the LA Times or the Orange County Register to find out what was going on. We looked extensively at public information campaigns through Metropolitan, through some of Met's member agencies, in your case Central or West Basin Water District. And also Metro. How do we get the word out? And that's who consumers turn to for their information. So what we try to do is stay in touch with Metropolitan and with the sub-agencies and work through them to get these kinds of messages out. The Delta Plan is relevant to the way we look at the Delta, but it isn't something that I expect the average consumer in Southern California to even be aware of. And I think it would be a waste of our resources to try to create that awareness of the Delta Plan per se, but to be aware that these are the issues that need to be dealt with, that your water supply to a degree depends on how we resolve issues in the Delta, and that there is a plan in place that helps. I think that's very key, but we do depend on folks like Metropolitan to and West Basin to get that information out directly to the consumers. Now, we also work then with major newspapers to try to get the Delta Plan angle into a drought story that you're talking about, or the way we influence the Delta. And so we do work with reporters at the LA Times and some of the other papers, the Daily Breeze, the Torrance paper, to try to, the LA Daily News, to try to get word out that way, as well as a host of Southern California bloggers, Wayne Lasvardi and some others who, to a varying degree of success and with their own varying viewpoints, trusting the statewide bureaucracy to have answers instead of problems. But
I just think it may be
that's a long answer to.
Well, I think it's important to note last year also that some of the emergency drought funding went to prop up the statewide Save Our Water campaign, and that there is a statewide approach that's supported in partnership by the Association of California Water Agencies. And so I think what we can do best is just have our information organized and easily accessible to support those statewide campaigns, to ensure that people have access to as much information as they would like.
I'm just curious, because we mentioned earlier about really developing water leaders and ambassadors to really get the message out. So it may behoove us to just have a succinct, really basic message so that we can cultivate people and leaders that are already in place, local officials. Even the standard citizen may not necessarily even understand what water district that they're actually in, and they may not even understand what resources are available for conservation. And so what I've been fortunate to work with Metropolitan Water District and also Central Basin to really reach out to them and see what resources they have available so that I can connect my residents to those resources. But if there is an actual, just a basic primer, we get our information by the numbers. And I think that the young lady that revised the way that the information was consumed is very informative. People think of yellow, or they think marginal, red is, bad, or, it may be an issue. So even if we develop just something so simple as just a one-sheet primer or water warning that we can issue to all of the newspapers or on the PR Water, that could be something that's very beneficial for everyone to just be more aware, because we are talking about the Delta and very specific things that impact our task and our initiatives, but at the same time, everyone's going to be concerned about what resources are going to be invested throughout the Delta, because it impacts, the Northern California and also the Southern California region. And so it's just better to educate people before we require them to make such a significant investment in something that they don't even understand. And I just think it's when I grew up, the Just Say No campaign, it was just so simple, but it was so effective. I still remember it. And if we, develop something that really was focused toward, children and families and, of course, elected officials, so that we can just have one message that, water is important. It was mentioned by our, I think Phil mentioned it, that the water is now the number 4, sense of priority in terms of urgency across the state. So that means that collectively, and not just the entire responsibility does not rest on the Delta, clearly, but if we are the lead agency in terms of working and coordinating with other water agencies, it will behoove us to create a message that we can disseminate to everyone, and we can all be on one page about what the issues are and then what the upcoming challenges are. And so content development it's essentially not very expensive, and we can just consider that as we develop, one-sheet primers or messages that can go succinctly out to press or different media outlets. I just wanted to consider that. And lastly, it was mentioned by one of the panelists, I think it was Dan mentioned Daniel Burnham, a prolific architect, and as a planner, I learned all about him in Chicago, the Emerald Necklace, but what made him so prolific is that he planned for people. And so he focused on creating the Emerald Necklace because it was really the people's relationship to their environment and how that caused them to live differently. So when I think about water issues, I think about how can we change the way people live so that at the end of the day, we never can control the weather. We're at the mercy of the weather, but we can't control how people consume and how they use water and how they think about water. So I think we focus more efforts just, you know, moving forward or in a different context of how do we change people's patterns, and it's all about priority and importance. And so I just think we have a huge opportunity to really be that lead agency with the priority of the governor really investing in water at such a critical time as this. I think that we should really focus or consider investing in more of a communications campaign and deliberately to change consumer patterns and consumption.
Mary Pifo and then Judge Tamrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on Asia's comments, I think she stated it very well and very clearly, and my suggestion would be that trusting other agencies to spread this agency's message may be sort of a dangerous arena we may not want to get into. But to ask the question, do we have, you know, I'm sure it's maybe a somewhat of a dumb question, which I apologize, but do we have on a regular distribution list statewide media agencies, including, you know, the very north and the very south?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we are doing some sharing of information, but I thoroughly agree with Asia on better communicating the value, the need, and the importance of water in the state. I think we can take on a role in that, and most definitely the value and the importance of the Delta's role in being a provider of the significant amount of water supply within our state, in educating and informing the constituencies, the ratepayers, the taxpayers, the consumers, that water is in very limited supply, no matter what season it is, wet or dry. It still is in very limited supply. We're in an extremely limited supply right now, and that's only being emphasized the more years the drought conditions continue. So I think it's a very important point and one I certainly support. Thank you.
Judge?
Yeah, I think that there's been a good point raised here. I think we need to rethink our communication strategy. And I don't know where we begin. I don't want to take any time now, but I think Asia is absolutely correct. And maybe we're doing it, maybe we're not doing it, but I'd like to examine that communication strategy in some fashion more extensively than we have today, because I think it needs rethinking.
That certainly each year we try to, at the beginning of the year, frame up our message. What are we trying to say? Who's our audience? What are the ways we have to deliver it? But it's always an ongoing challenge. We have limited information about what the kind of public preconceptions are, and of course you kind of want to hitch your message to where people are at. One thing I noticed in trying to raise awareness of the Delta was that the new media campaign that's been popping up on my LA Times and San Francisco Chronicle web pages about, I suspect it's a campaign to promote public support for the BDCP. It actually doesn't even mention there's a delta. It just says water flows down from the Sierra and we have to be able to convey it to our taps and our farms in the rest of California. We know even in Stockton, polls a few years ago showed that most people in Stockton couldn't identify that they lived in the Delta. And so trying to understand where people are at and then how to use the tools we have to help them better understand whether it's save our water or get people in the Delta region understanding what's going on, I think is a core challenge. One of the things I like, and it's sort of the way in which we can work with partners especially, is the work now that the Delta Protection Commission and the Delta Conservancy are trying to do to promote, for example, the Delta network of Delta museums that can help people understand through art and natural history museums and interpretive centers like the one we visited down in Oakley, sort of why this is such a cool reason and what's going on. So there's a bunch of different tools we have. You know, I think it's pretty hard to go retail in a city in a state where, you know, the billionaires wonder if they can run for Senate because they can't buy enough TV time. It's going to be hard for us to get our message through, but I think we can bring this back and figure out how we could be more successful. It's a good issue to bring
Why
up.
couldn't we take by the numbers, modify that, simplify that basic notion of the rainfall, flow, storage? I mean, that kind of information can be blocked in a very simple manner and disseminated to a lot of sources. Yeah. I think that would be very effective.
Cool. Good idea.
I think what I'm hearing, Jessica, is that the communications plan should be a part of the 2015 priorities, and that we'll give staff some time as you consult with council members. This will be a very important topic to touch on, because there's we could go on all day, but the point has been made that this is a priority the council would like looked into.
Certainly.
Okay. Any other comments regarding year in review? Patrick?
Keith, in the annual report, which is well written and attractive, there's kind of by the numbers or batting average. They don't reference here specific measures, correct? But presumably they reflect what's in the grid that we have before us of actions or priorities or tasks, right?
These reflect the total of administrative performance
Right.
measures that were included in the Delta plan, and
Right.
they are things like reports and meetings that had to occur and standards that had to be set for water quality by various agencies.
So those are tracking whether the agencies with whom we work are carrying out the recommendations that you made in the Delta plan.
Mm-hmm. So Dan, the first is a narrative summary, which is helpful on the most important priorities that were set, as Jessica referenced them, and other important items, and then core functions that continue. And then there's the grid of tasks to be done, and then there's the annual report that, is for a more public document and has, some reference by the numbers. What's the simplest way, if there is one, to line it all up, to sort of see it at a glance? This is where we want to go. This is where we are. This is what's done. This remains to be done, or we don't know yet, or is it all there? And I think the grid's really helpful because it's easy to, at a glance, look through and see what we're doing. But to get a sense of it over, what's the story arc that we're involved in here? So we're in this point of our setting an objective, but not having, say, started scoping the levee investment strategy. And the goal, presumably down the road, is a rather specific description of what the standards are so that policymakers and the state and local agencies, reclamation districts can figure out how the state intends to spend money on the levees. But between setting that goal and doing it, we're at a point in time, and that's noted in here, right? And then it's indicated, because it's one of our highest priorities, what the next steps are. Without spending all our time describing what we're doing as opposed to doing it, the sense of where we are on the way to Damascus would be helpful.
I think you've identified the communications product we don't have yet, and a need we need to fill. I think that sounds like part of what we need to be thinking about more carefully, not just, as I would give an example, we have what I think is an effective two-pager about the Delta Levee investment strategy, what's intended to do, what are the key steps. We don't, and we probably could update that monthly so it shows here's where we are on the road. We're at the truck stop in Nebraska. We still haven't got to the Colorado line yet. And I think the same thing we could do with more difficulty, but it would be a useful challenge about the path to implementing the Delta plan and pursuing the COBE goals within the Delta. Because certainly those of us who work in the field, we see, whoa, a lot of activity underway. But I think Chairman Fiorini reminded me yesterday of a conversation he had in which somebody suffering from the curtailment of water supplies during the drought said, everybody's busy with their little tasks, but nobody sees how much we're suffering. And that's what maybe we're not conveying effectively. It's partly how all those little tasks add up, but partly still effectively conveying the crisis that we're in the middle of and how that's going to hopefully lead us out of the other end. So I think you've identified something we need to be working on.
And it is a challenge, but yes, I think we can do a better job, and we're the agency to do so.
Okay. I think that completes file item 7. Jessica, management team, thank you very much for a very, very productive year, represented and contributed to a lot of hard work that you have all provided. We appreciate that. Keeping in mind that the mind can only absorb what the seat can withstand, Tracy, how long is your report? All right, let's proceed then with file item 8. Are there any public comments on file item 7? No? Okay, great. On to file item number 8, and then we will break for lunch. No pressure, Tracy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Fiorini and Vice Chair Eisenberg and council members and Jessica. Welcome back. We have missed you a lot, but as you have said several times very correctly, you have got excellent staff and they have done an admirable job in your absence, but still we've missed you, so welcome back. And I think many of you know, what do you call a person who is 50 miles away from home as I am, and with a PowerPoint, that's an expert. And I realize that in the 2 years that I have been coming before you, I have never yet showed you a PowerPoint. So I'm going to address that deficiency in my professional capacity right now. And but I'll keep it brief because it is getting on in the morning. So we were asked, and I think this is a great exercise you're going through, to look back on 2014 and also to give you a look forward into 2015 from the ISB, from the Independent Science Board. So we're going to do that. And it's, well, the yellow tab is not advancing, so you could advance for me, it's fine, yeah. So what I want to do, what I did was I went back to our website on 2014, and don't go too much through the slides that I gave you because I rearranged the order of some of them. It's my privilege as a scientist. I gave these to staff on Monday, and I rearranged them. If you try to follow them, you'll get a little lost, and that's my way of making you listen to the screen here and what I'm saying. So I have gone through the what's on the website with our products from the ISB, starting at the beginning of the year. And first I want to point out that at the end of 2013, we did the Delta Science Program, got the Delta Science Plan out. It was incorporated into California's Water Action Agenda, which was a very major accomplishment. I think it bode very well for the future of science in support of decision-making in the Delta as well as in California. So that got done at the end of 2013, and then starting in 2014, we were very much embroiled through most of 2013 and half of 2014 on BDCP and our statutory requirement to review that. So we had comments on the effects analysis, then we had the review of the draft BDCP EIRS and the BDCP itself. If you could go to the next slide. I'm not going to go through all these points, but the BDCP for us was a major undertaking, as we heard earlier, tens of thousands, some 34,000 pages of documents. We marshaled through that. We had hopefully a fairly to-the-point summary review and comments on the BDCP and both the strengths as well as some of the deficiencies, and then a number of appendices that focused on more of the individual chapters and on the charge that we had and how we were choosing to interpret the charge that we got on that review. Next slide. So going back to the list of things we did, once we got through with BDCP towards the end of the spring of last year, we got back to our issue of thematic reviews. Again, we have decided as the ISB, it's not going to work if we try to review every single program conducting science in the Delta. There are simply too many. So instead, we have chosen themes such as adaptive management, such as fish and flows, water quality, delta levees, delta as place. And so we are working through those thematic reviews, and I'll talk about one of those fish and flows at the end of this presentation. We did fish and flows as the first of those thematic themes that really got going. We've gotten a couple of updates. We had one just recently at our last ISB meeting a couple weeks ago, and I'll go over that. And in this issue of adaptive management, that is one that I love that Vice Chair Eisenberg is always bringing that up, and I hope I don't get as hard a questions as you were giving earlier, but if so, I'll call on somebody to answer them. But we are adaptive management and how it's actually used and implemented in the Delta is obviously one that we have expressed many concerns about. We are conducting a review of adaptive management towards that end. We have developed a survey we sent out to a number of entities. We're collecting the responses and going to use that as part of our adaptive management review in the Delta. We have reviewed the draft interim science action agenda, and we have also commented on it, attended and commented on the Bay Delta Science Conference, which again we find to be one of the better science conferences that most of us ever attend. And then finally, we did, towards the end of 2014, provide our final thoughts on the interim science action agenda and how it should be taken seriously and used. And again, we're really glad with the DPIC process that it has been accepted and it's going to be used, and people are pushing to make it a prioritized listing, a prioritized list. So that's great. That's marvelous. Next slide. In 2014, we also got out into the Delta. We got to this middle and south Delta, and we saw the differences between what we had seen in 2013 in the northern Delta. Again, for those of us out of the region, it's a pretty important to actually see on the ground what's going on. And on the next slide, we actually got to meet up close and personal some Delta smelt, which was great. So I'm very familiar with salmonids and Chinook salmon and all the 5 Pacific salmon species, but seeing these individually tagged Delta smelt and seeing the amount of science and resources that are going into the Delta smelt, understanding the biology, it's really good for us to know. Next slide. So this one, this is one of our most notable achievements. Do you like this, Phil? You're second from the right. So this is Halloween of last year. Phil has always said that he doesn't understand why we don't come in dressed in robes and chanting, which is what scientists should be doing. We should be acting like monks, he thought. So we have made Phil an honorary member of the crew. Randy, if you live up to Phil's performance, perhaps you also will get a robe of your own. So
I should probably note that it was Patrick Johnston who intoned in a meeting 2 years ago that the Independent Science Board occurred to him as a college of scientific monks, which I remembered it being a wonderful explanation. There you are.
There we are. So trying to live up to the expectations. It's always about the expectations. So, so looking forward to 2015, obviously this partially recirculated BDCP environmental documents are looming. We think we've discharged our statutory requirement to look at BDCP DEIRS. But again, as Peter was saying, I think the attitude of the Science Board is we're there because we want to be productive, we want to be helpful, we would really like to be constructive. So we haven't officially seen or accepted a charge or the charge to look at the partially recirculated BDCP, but I'm pretty sure I can guarantee you that we will. We're going to continue with our series of thematic reviews. We're going to be commenting on the Delta, on the Data Summit white paper. Again, you've been hearing about this. I will just reiterate, it is a noteworthy achievement to get this level of effort into looking at data. It's one that the science wonks. We spend a lot of time on. We think about it. It sounds pretty dry to people on the outside, but it is critically important to be able to have some agreement on the data you're using and how it's supporting management, and we will be making comments on that. We're going to review the 2015 State of Bay Delta Science when it comes out. And I should say on all of this is all predicated. This is the, as the chair and Jay and I, Jay as the vice chair, this is what we're projecting for 2015. But we're going to have a rotation of Delta ISB leadership in June, if you could hit the next slide, That's because I get to step down as the chair. Jay will be the chair after that, and we will have an election of a new vice chair, or what we call the chair-elect, probably at our March meeting. We'll have that election. We would like to really have another in-Delta meeting, so we're working with staff of the Delta Stewardship Council and the science program to plan that and to have the appropriate place. Again, I personally feel it's very important that we do get into the Delta, that we don't always meet in Sacramento. It's convenient, I know, it's a burden on staff, but it's important that we get out there and be able to be seen and be talked to. And then it's been 4.5 years now since the ISB was created in its current format, and we discussed at our last meeting that we really do think we need to do some planning about evaluating our mission, our approach, our products. Peter was very laudatory in saying how well we're doing. I think this board, compared to others I've been on, is a highly effective group of people that, again, are motivated to make a difference. But I think it always bears some examination as to whether or not your preconceived notions of how good you are in fact true. So when we plan this, we will invite some council members to come along as well. And again, there is the Open Meetings Act, which is fine. So it'll be, I put retreat in quotes because we won't really retreat and close the doors, but we will have a meeting where we discuss sort of our central precepts for why we're doing what we're doing and how we're going about it. So we will welcome comments from you folks on that. Next slide. So that's sort of the summary of 2013 and 2014 and looking forward into 2015. I will now go into the fish and flow status report, but I'll take a brief moment for if there are any questions on the 2014 and 2015.
Any questions of Dr. Collier? Mary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the comment, Tracy, about needing direction on the recirculated EIR for BDCP, is that something, Mr. Chairman, that we need to do, we should do, or was that just sort of a casual comment in the sense that it's just a matter of process?
It's anticipated that the EIR-EIS will be recirculated in April. Independent Science Board is aware of this, and they are, as I understand it, adjusting their resources to accommodate that if and when it occurs.
And there is a standing charge to the ISB. The statutory responsibility is for them to advise the council and the Director of Fish and Wildlife on the BDCP's EIR. And so about a year ago, this council and the Department of Fish and Wildlife agreed on a charge to the ISB. I think it was the first time the council actually presented a charge to the ISB, whose first name is Independent, I think.
No, first name is Delta, second name is Independent.
Okay, yeah. All right, no, let's keep that in mind. But anyway, and they have been using that as a guidance because there were particular issues that we wanted to make sure were being addressed in their review because we could see they were important to the decision that the director and perhaps the council on appeal may have to make. So
we should or shouldn't have to take any direct action on that?
I think that charge is satisfactory and there's no additional action needed.
Thank you.
And if you look at the website for the ISB, we did respond to that charge and reinterpreted it to an extent.
Okay, so. Excellent. So we're all on the same page. And I just wanted to thank you for the in-Delta priority or focus. I think that's excellent, and thank you very much from an in-Delta person. And lastly, on the retreat, as that gets planned, I'm assuming we are notified as council members of those events. That's great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
Peter?
Could I just add a little historic perspective about the charge? It was actually a direct request from the chair of the ISB for the charge because it was such a huge undertaking that I think the ISB asked for some direction to make sure that you're hitting your key issues for Department of Fish and Wildlife and the council. So
it's always good to have the history right.
Okay, fishes, flows,
fish and flows. So again, this is a set of slides from Steve Brandt, who has been helping to guide the fish and flows and other stressors review. The team of the ISB that has been looking at this in depth and reporting back is Steve Brandt and then the 3 J's. So Joe, Fernando, and Jay Lund, and Judy Meyer. Judy Meyer's term is now ended, but she will stay involved on the fish and flows until we get the final report out. And a 4th J, Jennifer Bigman, as a fellow with the Delta Science Program, has been extremely helpful, but she has now also moved on to other positions. So Steve presented to us at our last ISB meeting 2 weeks ago the progress Next slide. The purpose, just look at the middle one, that we are conducting these reviews, again, as I said, by thematic areas, and this one's on the effect of water flow on delta fish populations in the context of other stressors. It's not just fish and flows. Next. Next slide, thanks. The process, they've outlined the process they're going through. Again, I don't want to take time to go through all the steps, just to know that there is a fairly methodical and thoughtful process by which we are trying to go through this, and we're doing this for all of our different thematic reviews. Next. In terms of the context and challenges, it's really the fish and flows is one that this is all encompassing. Obviously, so much of what we hear about is the issue of water and flow and fish, and this really does link the co-equal goals. There's been an awful lot of work done on this topic, so this is not, again, the ISB, our charge or our mission is to review the science that's going on, understand the science, understand if it needs more resources, different focus, in our view, our recommendations, and then to give that feedback to the people that are doing the science. So we're not doing the fish and flows interpretation, but we're looking at the science that's going into that. And then, so there is a lot of work that's been done, so we're not reinventing any wheels. This is multiple stressors, and it is an altered ecosystem, so this really is a complex issue and undertaking, but again, I think all of you here know that. And there have been some recent excellent reports out on this that we have been following and taking into account as we look at the big fish and flows picture. And obviously, this has some pretty important policy implications, as we heard earlier about take and what are we going to do about water operations. Next. So this is our simplified conceptual model. Basically, you've got the things that make up flow are the natural flow that comes in and the management actions that affect that flow. And the question is, how does that flow affect fish movement? And then how does that fish movement affect their survival, their mortality, their reproduction, et cetera, the things that make up a population. But that flow also is affecting abiotic factors and as well as biotic factors, as well as predators and prey. So really this is the it looks a little messy, but this is really the simplest you can think about it. But when you look at the next slide, this is the complexity of those boxes. These are the things that go into making up the natural flow and the managed flow and the fish numbers and the reproduction and the abiotic and biotic factors. So this is really a complex system, and again, as Peter talked about, we heard earlier on this issue of you always want to look at how are we assessing the algorithms we use to understand the relationships between fish and flow and other factors in the delta. I won't belabor, I'm not going to go over each of these variables. I know you all want me to, but I think we don't need to do that. This is just what we need to consider when we're looking at this totality of the scientific issue as to what is the situation we're looking at. And next, the really important thing that's going to come out of the fish and flows review from the ISB is going to be our recommendations on the critical science needs that will better inform the management and policy issues around managing the flow as it relates to the ecosystem. And this is the list that this group has come up with so far. It's not final. Don't get too worried about it, but these are the types of things that we are keying in on right now that we will probably be making some recommendations on what is needed in some of these different areas, again, in order to improve the scientific basis for the underpinnings of policy and management. And then the last slide before lunch. The next steps on this is that, again, we met on January 15th, and we, the ISB, gave feedback during the meeting and are giving feedback since then to the people working on the report. They expect to have a draft released to the full board and to the public in time for our March 5th meeting of the ISB, and that will be the first time that folks then will be able to see the fish and flows and other stressors draft report. So if there are questions on that, I'd be glad to answer them.
Patrick?
So when I look at the chart.
Which one, the simple one or the
no,
good
no,
one?
the
Yeah,
complicated one.
Okay, yeah.
Should I conclude that this is really complicated, we ought to keep funding the research and analyzing it, but we have no reasonable hope of reaching any useful conclusions that would be considered a consensus view that would drive policy during our lifetime?
Well, I hope that's not what you take away from it. I hope that's not what the report says. That's just showing the complexity of what we're looking at. With these panel reports we already have, there's a great deal of good information on these complex issues and how they relate to fish and flows. And what we're going to do is recommend what is, in the words of John Weens, one of our board members, when is science good enough to support a policy decision? So we will be looking at areas where we think the science is pretty good, and where the areas where, if we're going to need reductions in uncertainty around the issue of entrainment or allowable take, what would be the most effective way to reduce that uncertainty?
So before you leave your position, you'll give us an update on your working answer to the question you posed.
Yes. It'll likely be Steve Branner, a member of that group, that'll give the detailed report to the council, but we will have a report to the council.
No, but I'd like to know your insight. It's a serious point.
Okay.
At what point do we know enough to advise policymakers that this is more likely to be a preferred path than some other path or doing nothing?
And that's, so you want my view on that? I'll give that to you. I'll let you know what that'll be, yeah.
Other questions of Dr. Collier? I just want to acknowledge, Tracy, your leadership of this august group that is a very, very hard-working team. Most of your work is behind the scenes, and I don't think the public or even stakeholders fully appreciate the dedication and the time commitment that you all have made. So we very much appreciate that. So thank you for coming today, and thank you for the year-end review and for the fish flows and other stressors highlights. And
can I mention one more thing I didn't mention, and I was going to mention it during the slides? I went by our list of products. One of the things we've worked on pretty heavily since, well, for the last year, but it's really ramped up in the last 3 months, is to find a way to replace Dr. Goodwin. A major issue for this region, for the Delta Science Program, for you folks, certainly for us. So we now are in a position where we have several candidates. The ISB is responsible for basically doing some vetting of the applications that come in. But the USGS, and Michelle is still here, Michelle Schaus from USGS, they are running the process to do the recruitment for a new lead scientist. We now have several good candidates who are going to be brought in for some interviews. A lot of you folks will be involved, and hopefully we're on a good track to get a really good person to replace Peter. But replacing Peter is that an oxymoron? I'm not sure what that is, but anyway, it's one of those combinations you shouldn't use. We'll get a new lead scientist, but I don't know if we'll replace Peter. So,
great, thanks for that update. That concludes file item 8. Are there any public comment cards? None. All right, we are now in recess for lunch. We will reconvene in at 10 minutes to 1. Convene the meeting of the Delta Stewardship Council and resume by taking up file item number 9, the Delta Levee Investment Strategy Update. Cindy Messer and Dustin Jones will be facilitating this discussion.
Great. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Cindy.
Get it right this time. Okay, so this month is going to be a little bit different. We are indeed going to do the regular monthly update of staff activities over the last month. I think we're going to end with that piece. What we'd like to start with is sort of kicking off a multi-step process, a discussion, deliberation, decision-making process for the council around 3 policy questions that we've pulled out of the issue paper that you accepted at your meeting last month, the levy investment issue paper. And we've included those questions in the staff report, but I'll run through them very quickly. And what we'd like to do is just kick off the discussion at this January meeting. We're not, as staff, requesting any sort of action, but we want to start to get some of your thinking, public's comments on this, and then we'll come back in February with the straw man of recommendations around these 3 questions. So with that, let me maybe walk through the policy questions and talk a little bit about why this is the right time to start this process and bring these before the council. And then I'll walk through the next couple months and what we envision those steps in the process to entail. So for January, teeing off the discussion around these 3 questions, what are the goals and objectives that the state...
Cindy, let me interrupt.
Sure.
The questions she's referring to are on page 3 of file item number 9. And I just want to emphasize that this is more than a reporting function from staff. They are expecting input and interaction from the council on these 3 questions. So
great.
Be prepared.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. So we have the questions, and maybe I'll just add to that attachment 1 to the staff report is some background information that staff has compiled to around these 3 questions. We've taken information from various pieces of the Water Code, Public Resources Code, other Delta Plan, and other levy-related risk reduction plans that state agencies are responsible for. And so we wanted to provide this information just as background to give you a sense of all of the possible options for answers around these 3 questions. And as we move through the next 2 council meetings, we'll continue to provide information, but we'll also start to bring in panels and technical experts to also, provide some further information, engage the council in discussion, be able to answer some questions, and just have a very healthy level of engagement and discussion around these 3 questions and others as they come up. So as the chair said, questions are listed in the staff report. If you'll recall, there was a total of 15 questions in the issue paper. These are the first 3 we've pulled out. These are obviously very critical questions for us to begin to deliberate around. Very quickly, the questions entail what are the goals and objectives that state investments in Delta levies should further? What are the state's interests in the Delta's levies? And how should levy priorities address the risk of state liability for levy failure? And we're bringing these questions to the council starting this month because they're very relevant to the levy investment strategy and the process that staff and the consulting team have started to undertake and will continue to undertake. And largely, addressing these questions will help us shape the levy investment strategy methodology. It will allow us to determine what information, what data that's available to us that we should use and focus on. Perhaps if there's other information that comes up, we can seek to determine whether that information is available to help us address these questions and incorporate in the methodology. And if there are gaps in the information that we feel we need to have available to answer these questions, we can identify that and determine where to go from there. Answers or the council's direction back to staff regarding these questions will also help shape the outputs that we will see coming out of the methodology, out of this planning tool, and they'll help to shape the overall long-term strategy itself. So it's very, the timing is very good. Staff have started to look at collecting data and information. We've gotten a long way down the road on that. We're now very aware of what we have, what's available, and the shape that it's in. So this was the time to start to shift over to that framework discussion that we set up through the issue paper. So let's see, what else do I want to say about this? With the background information, much of it you've seen, it was incorporated into the issue paper. Again, what we did was pluck out key elements that really we felt were focused on goals and objectives, state interests, and liability, state liability. So this is a subset of what was in the issue paper. And yeah, I think I'll leave it at that with the background information. So let me just quickly talk about how this, at least as staff, are going to propose how this will roll out over the next 3 months. So today, tee up the questions. Would definitely like to have some engagement, get your thoughts, your input, so we as staff can start to frame recommendations and around the 3 questions. We'll come back in February at the council meeting with a straw man, if you will, proposal of recommendations for each of these 3 questions based on what we've heard today, based on public testimony, and based on some of our ongoing interactions with key state agencies that we've partnered with, DWR, Flood Board, et cetera. What staff envision doing in addition to our coming back with a straw man proposal in February is to bring a panel of the state implementing agencies, if you will, representatives from those agencies, Department of Water Resources, Flood Board, Delta Protection Commission, Water Commission, and Department of Fish and Wildlife. So we're working on trying to get the right people from those agencies to come in as a panel in February to provide further opportunity for dialogue with the council, information, their perspective from their agency's roles in levee maintenance and improvements. And then in March, we're going to have actually 2 events that we'll be doing in March. The first is sort of in the middle of the month. Right now we've have a date selected of March 11th. We're going to be holding a half-day technical policy workshop where we're looking to bring in additional technical expertise and experts, but from a broader range of background and area and knowledge. So we're working on getting a panel to come in who will bring experience and knowledge from, you know, Louisiana, Hurricane Katrina, Sandy, you know, New York, New Jersey, that experience. So experts who have sort of a broader range of experience around risk reduction, risk analysis, levies, investments in risk reduction, liability issues. Just again to provide another forum by which the council can explore, you know, their questions, obtain different types of information, and we'd like to bring these technical experts in to perhaps make sure we're thinking as broadly as possible when we're looking at all of these different options around goals and objectives and state interests. So another opportunity to do some engagement, some information exchange. And then a couple weeks after that, we'll have our regularly scheduled March council meeting. And at that meeting, staff will again bring back, probably be a little bit more than a straw man at that point, but we'll bring back recommendations around these 3 policy questions, again, based on what we've heard in January, what we heard in February. As much as we can, we'll incorporate what we heard at the technical policy workshop. And at that meeting, we would be asking the council for their guidance, their direction back on addressing these 3 questions so that we can take that information, it's a little bit more focused, if you will, and incorporate that into the levee investment strategy. So again, it gets factored into the methodology, helps to shape that, shape the inputs, the data we're using, the outputs, and the long-term strategy itself. So that's a very quick overview of what we're going to we hope to do today and the next couple council meetings. So.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. Thank you. You got to give me the sort of piece of paper at me or something. Cindy, thank you for the outline on the time frame. And I met with Chair Fiorini yesterday. My attendance at the March meeting is improbable. So, and I really would love to be here for that final adoption. So I'm wondering if there's any flexibility on the timeline for the council to consider, or if there's any rush. I'm just trying to understand maybe the framework within which we're operating so that I can engage as at the appropriate level at the appropriate time.
Okay, well, I will answer that there's always a rush when it comes to this project. And what we're trying to do is to get this direction in March in preparation for the peer review process. So we'll be submitting mid-April documents to the peer review panel. So we would at least like to be able to incorporate the information we get from the council into that methodology and the information that we give the peer review. So that's really kind of the sticking point with the schedule at that point in time. So April 15th is roughly when we're going to be submitting information to the panel. So the council meeting in April won't happen until after that.
And then what happens following the peer review process?
So that's going to run a couple of months. Mm-hmm. So we provide information mm-hmm. mid-April, mid-May. There will be a 2-day public meeting mm-hmm. Where the panel will do a presentation as the staff and project team about the project, answer their questions, begin to hear where they have comments, so we can get a sense from them at that time. And will be open to public comment as well. So mm-hmm. that will be a big factor in that, so that the peer review panel can hear what the public has to say about the project and whatnot. In terms of council meetings, at that point, I think the council meeting that month will be right after this public meeting. So we'll be providing an update on what's going on and what happened there. We won't have, obviously, the final report from the peer review panel until towards the end of June. And then we would...
The peer review process is to make sure that the method that Arcadis is proposing to develop and evaluate alternative portfolios of levee investments is technically sound and uses the best information. When we've completed that peer review process, then we'll be developing alternative portfolios and using the tool in a public engagement process with stakeholders and our colleague agencies to evaluate which combinations of investments might best meet mm-hmm. the state's goals and further the state's interests. And so there's plenty of opportunity, mm-hmm. I think, further out to weigh in. Mm-hmm. And if you're unable to attend the March meeting, input in February will certainly be valuable.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
And of course, the Protection Commission is a partner in this
right.
project, so Eric's always, along with our colleagues at DPR and the Flood Board, always got his our ear open to what he has to say. The risk is that if we miss the March meeting, we miss the schedule we're on with the peer
sure.
review committee. And Peter's done such a good job of getting us these talented but very busy members of the peer review committee that if we don't make the meeting in May, we can't meet again with them until September,
right.
is my
mm-hmm.
recollection. So it's one of those deals where, and then we're thinking about budget cycles and all that.
Sure. No, and
so
I don't intend to ask that the whole orchestration be revamped just for me. I would not assume so much liberty. But just asking me, so then after the peer review panel and the proposals are identified and framed, then it will come back before the Stewardship Council again, either June, July, I would assume.
Yeah, I think we'll report back. I suspect it'll be over the summer. Cindy's got a better handle
mm-hmm.
of the schedule, that what we'll be doing is kind of testing alternative portfolios of investments then, and understanding what we think makes some kind of sense. And that's an interactive process that in part depends on the evaluation of alternatives through a secret document of some kind too.
Right.
And so that's probably will be, maybe December before we have really like a draft recommendation.
Right,
yeah.
right.
Okay.
And I should say as well, we'll be wanting to get the right information to the council ahead of the peer review panel, just so you guys understand the package that's moving forward and what that entails.
I'll figure out how to make it work on my end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. In the memo, you reference the North Delta Agency's testimony, or letter maybe, but I remember the testimony too. And you summarized their point as recommending that the council clarify why updating the priorities rather than continuing current levee investment practices is essential now. And the response to that is that citing our Delta plan, which says that no comprehensive method exists to prioritize state investments, And then further down, that indicates that the current regulatory policy's conclusion that the policy's 9 goals for state levy investments, and this is the quote, are all important, and over time it is expected that the California Department of Water Resources must balance achievement of these goals. So is it that our charge is setting up priorities, or, as Dan says, alternative portfolios of projects, right?
Yeah, a lot of investments, yeah.
A phrase I don't see in here, is it in here?
No.
So that's kind of a concept, but it means some things are more important than other things.
Right.
And they're going to be bunched. Right? Okay. But whether that's the recommendation or not, the charge is to set priorities, and the response from North Delta is continue with the way money is spent now, which means DWR looks at all of the relevant priorities, many of which you put in Appendix A or that. Right. And then figure it out. You got so much money, projects are ready to go, some are more urgent maybe, and it's kind of an iterative process. I don't know, but in any event, it's not subject to some identifiable standard or priority. We have these things that are all important, and we have this much money, and now we manage it. Is that a roughly fair description of what occurs now?
I would say yes, it is.
And would North Delta and maybe others say that there's really nothing wrong with that process, or at least it's worth continuing until there's something better in place? Right? I mean,
I know they're here.
Well, they can speak for themselves. But the reason I'm raising it is trying to say, okay, so if we're moving from the legislative charge, which is set up a rationale or standards or an approach or a list of priorities, whatever we decide is the method, it's to say some things are more important than others. And we're going to direct DWR, whoever's going to control the money, to go here before there, or to evaluate proposals based on these criteria. So this portfolio ends up having a higher score than that portfolio. We don't know in advance, but if we look at the priorities or the standards, people would reach the same conclusion. I mean, they might disagree with it, but at least they'd know that that's what we...
What the criteria
what we did, right? Okay, so then if that's what gets us to your questions that you've teed up for us, which is what are the goals and objectives, right? And what you did was cite the, in the attachment, you've cited provisions of the statutes, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you're asking for feedback from council members and others as to what we think of that, right? Of what those priorities should be. Because if you just say everything's important on this list, you're right back where we are today, probably. Right? I mean, if that's all you say. So presumably you're going to say something more than that. So for instance, you cite the co-equal goals, water conservation system, water conveyance system, and water storage, expand water storage. Well, is water storage a priority for spending money in the Delta on levees? I'd think it's not a high priority.
Though keep in mind, just as you think, because you're thinking reservoirs, but keep in mind that the Delta Wetlands Project is still alive, and it depends on levees. So feedback from you that, you know what, storage is not a priority for levee investments is helpful guidance to us.
So that's just my opinion.
Yeah,
I'd say if somebody wants to do that project, they should spend their own money.
That's the kind of feedback we're seeking.
Okay. Then the second one, manage, is not really a standard. It's, you know, how you want to behave. Restoring the Delta ecosystem, including fisheries and wildlife and wetland ecosystem. So that seems to be important. Water conveyance system, Delta ecosystem. Right, they're kind of at the heart of the co-equal goals. Improve water quality. So I'd like to have some feedback on how a levee strategy would affect water quality. And so that's, assume, relates to salinity, but maybe other factors, right? That would seem an important consideration. The next is reduce risk to people, property, and state interests. People more important than property. People who are in big bunches that can't escape a flood, probably more money ought to be spent there than for a few people that are working or even living on an island that is essentially open space or agriculture. Less justification for spending a lot of money for that. Communities of people that can't internalize the cost. So some of the Delta legacy communities at risk, not huge numbers of people, not big cities, but rural communities, risk, little ability to pay for their flood protection themselves. Really big areas like the reclamation district where I live in Stockton, or Natomas, or other large urbanized developments in the Delta that can socialize the costs, a great deal of the cost across all of those beneficiaries, the property owners, and, you know, sort of by inference, whoever developed it or intends to develop it. Well, there's a state interest in protecting lives, but we ought to look at the capacity of those urbanized areas to pay most of the costs themselves, since those areas were developed with, you know, urban amenities. And, you know, maybe after World War II, the neighborhood I live in shouldn't have been built out, but it was. It's there. The residents, we bear a big part of the cost of flood protection. We ought to. The state interests, well, that gets to the heart of what are the state interests, if separate from those. And I think on dealing with the state's potential for legal liability, I don't see that directly talked about, but Phil knows a lot about that. I'd hope he'd kind of raise that. In any event, just for your consideration.
This is great. Thank you. And I think with each of those, as we go on, hopefully we'll drill down a little bit into those, because I know each one of these major categories, there's different ways we can go. There's, you know, a broad list under those, or...
So just one example, like when we went to the Brentwood meeting, Gil had said that there was a reclamation district that had a really good project, didn't cost too much money, but he was afraid it'd fall off anybody's priority list because it's essentially an agricultural project. And the thought occurred to me, which I talked to him afterwards, was, well, couldn't you bump that up in the portfolio scheme of things if it also had an environmental project, some additional ecosystem effect, because you're not getting it presumably because it helps the water conveyance system, and you're not going to set a priority because it has a lot of people. But you might be able to combine things, both cost effectiveness of the local property owners and farmers being willing to spend money and it not costing too much and them knowing how to do what they need to do, but adding an element there so that maybe the priorities that we're setting up and standards encourage Delta engineers and others to look at these and say, well, maybe we weren't interested before in ecosystem projects, but now we could get our projects funded because they achieve more than one purpose.
Right, multi-beneficial type
Yeah.
projects and.
Okay, who'd like to offer some thoughts? Phil?
I've got a suggestion for you. You can't get to where you want to go unless you know where you start. And I think you need to take a combination of questions 1 and 2 and develop alternatives. And I'll just tell you, I've got 3 of them from your consideration.
Okay.
And this is closer to what policymakers kind of make up at the spur of a moment in the legislature, the governor's office or something, than it is some scientific methodology. The status quo is very much as Patrick described it. My summary of the status quo is there's state, federal, and considerably minor local agency costs for project levies in the Delta. There's responsibility. Everyone says you don't spend enough money, you don't spend it fast enough, but there is no doubt that the state and the feds are involved in project levies. There is no state liability for non-project levies, although there are arguments to the contrary by those who represent non-project levies. There is, however, an endless demand for state money to pay for the cost of non-project levies, maintenance, and upgrade. And last, there is periodic litigation over responsibility that seems to drag on forever. Now that's, to me, is the status quo. Since we've already trashed the status quo in our Delta plan, it's hard for me to imagine we'll do it, but maybe. Then let's just be honest about the bookends of the issue. There is a generous position that's very clear. State taxpayers should assume full financial cost for all levee protection in the Delta without regard to project and non-project levies. That's a starting point. I don't support it, but it is a starting point, and it's relatively understandable. The third option, which I'd call prudent, lean, stingy if you want, is one that says the state has articulated a new standard which will be applied to Delta levies, which is the co-equal goals, and as Pat indicated, of assistance to water reliability for California, and improvements, protection, restoration of the Delta ecosystem. That probably means that the project levy contributions is, as it is now, the higher priority for state investment, and it's a recognition that the feds will invest there. The staff report pointed out that the Corps of Engineers has said they have no interest in paying for non-project levies. Ironically, the Department of Water Resources is still estimating that the feds will come in for a share, and maybe you could imagine that Congress would pass something and the President would sign it that would reinstate the Fed's interest that would create the Fed core interest in non-project levies, but I personally doubt it. So I think Cindy, you've just got to say, status quo. Do we like it? You want to just tinker with it a bit or not? Generous. There are many people, particularly those who live in the Delta, that do believe that it is primarily a health and safety requirement, and the highest level of flood protection should be given without regard to cost, and their preference, of course, is that the local costs be minor and the state and federal costs be great. That won't work, but yeah, I predict, but it's there. And then the third issue is what I call the prudent choice. The state emphasizes project levies. We're stuck with those, and I see no personal way out of it. But we should only be involved in significant financing of anything else if there is clear, unmistakable, identifiable, permanent benefits to water reliability and to Delta ecosystem. And footnote, to the extent the state is financing those improvements, we do not wish to expose ourselves to the risk of additional cost that follow inevitably from levee improvements through urbanization. So, I mean, I'm just thinking you got to start with whatever your statements are, and then you work your way through the laundry list of very important questions, details, but if you don't start anywhere, you can't get through the list.
Okay.
Now my list may not be the right list, but it's the one that constantly I circle back to when I think of these discussions that have gone on now for, kind of as long as we've been a state and as long as people paid, what was it, $1.25 an acre under the Swampland Act way back when. I think it was $1.25 an acre for land on a swampland, which is why the premise of flood protection, it was articulated in Patrick's legislation in 1992. The Delta is inherently flood prone, and we can't change that. We can give a higher level of protection, but we cannot guarantee unlimited protection, and we ought to acknowledge it. And then all the other factors that are our duty, particularly climate change, sea level rise, and all the implications, which make the job both more difficult and far more costly. So, anyway, I don't know if that makes any sense to you.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. Maybe.
I think all three of the questions have been touched on. Other comments?
Definitely.
Commenters? Susan?
I don't have an immediate answer on the goals and objectives. I do agree with most of what Vice Chair Eisenberg has said. I have a question. If we go with his prudent scenario, how will the tool be used to focus on each goal? So in other words, will I have a scenario with a portfolio of tiered investments, and will the first tier meet all of these objectives, and the second tier of projects meet two, and the next tier it will eventually? Or I'm just trying to get a handle on what can we expect this tool to do if we give it the guiding objectives.
Well, I think as I understand it, I'm not sure, maybe there will be projects that meet every one of the goals or objectives. I'm not sure how many, for example, but I think that first tier, if you will be the projects that meet a good number of the objectives, fall in line with the priorities in state interests, that are, for one reason or another, we deem to be most critical to make those improvements, invest that money in the near term, and with the money that we have available to do that. That second tier or category of projects may be those that, yes, would perhaps meet less of the goals and objectives, maybe some would still meet a couple, like the example that we talked about a few minutes ago with the agriculture, perhaps incorporating habitat into that. But those might be for, and I'm trying to very quickly to think what the criteria for, for critical would be, but maybe those could wait a little longer in time. They're still good projects, they meet multiple goals, but for whatever reason, perhaps, one, there might just not be enough funding to do them, but they could wait until a pot of money is available. And then those would be, we'd have that portfolio by which we could say, we would advocate for this suite of projects together, maybe a further point in time because, they do meet multiple goals and objectives. That last tier might be those that don't meet a lot of the goals and objectives, may be good investment ideas, but something that the state maybe doesn't fall into the state interest, doesn't rank high on that, maybe aren't critical to get done in the near term. Again, I'm just kind of going on what we've been talking about and thinking about, how these portfolios might line up. So with the guidance from the council, I think it puts a finer point on, here are the priorities in terms of the goals, the objectives, the state interests, and when we start to generate these portfolios, we have something by which to compare them with, in addition to some criteria around, levels of protection, just other criteria that, kind of allow us to say this is very critical to do in the near term, and it meets all these objectives and goals. So I look at it as a way to, with those bookends, to be able to organize the information, organize, our thoughts on investments, and take a look at them as sort of a suite that, what gets us the most bang for the buck, what needs to get done in the near term versus as we move out in time.
It does make sense maybe to think about it in part in relation to the funds that are available.
Definitely.
And I think Phil was a good reminder. The state, particularly because it's liable, has more liabilities associated with the project levies, and Uncle Sam's involved. We seem to find ways to do that, as Patrick pointed out, at least within the urban areas that are protected by the project levies. You've got economic resources to help build those up that the landowners have as well, not so much for the project levies in rural areas. So maybe we have a set of priorities for project levies, and then we have a set of priorities for non-project levies that are the highest priority, the top tiers, maybe those we think we could fund with the funds we have currently available, or the funds that would be, maybe it's 1.5 times the money that's currently available, so DWR and the districts can say, oh, within this potentially larger range, here's things that we really think are valuable. Then this is also like an interactive process, because it's not like the only sources of money are those that may be on the table today. Our friends at the Delta Protection Commission are going to see, hey, if there's other beneficiaries who aren't paying now, how do we start collecting some revenue from them so there's more money? So maybe things in the second tier that maybe we don't have all the money to pay for now, maybe we would be able to pay for them soon, because the DPC will figure out a way to get other beneficiaries like the public power users that benefit from the Western Power Administration lines protected by Delta levies. They're going to be chipping a little money. And so maybe there's more we can do that way. And then I would suspect if I had an interest in the Delta, and I could, depended on levies, but I could see the pot of money that's available today isn't big enough to get me to protect it, I've got a congressional delegation and members of the legislature who might be able to go find me some more money. And so I don't think we're ever need to get to the point where we go, you know what, you're just out of luck. And I think we could see these are the things that it's easier to see how to fund with the funds that are available. And these are things that could be funded if more funds were available, or if they additional funds became available at a later time.
Thank you. And just so you know, my iPad's on airplane, so it should not be providing feedback. So you see it up here, but it's on. I have it on airplane mode. To the point Dan just made, levees do protect more than just farms and families and more than just the state water project, and there are greater beneficiaries to the inherent value and structure of the levee system, the 1,000 miles of levees, and they do include the state government and the power lines, the WAPA power, the power grid for the state runs through there, but also the federal interests in the state or the rail lines. You know, where's the railroad companies in the investment, the protection of levees for their rail system, for goods movement, et cetera. So, I mean, the vast list of beneficiaries really haven't been tapped well enough. And I think, Cindy, we really need to, through the Delta Protection Commission's work and support, really need to make sure that we're clearly looking and identifying at who the levee interests are, and they aren't just the farms and families of the Delta communities. It goes much farther beyond that. And the Delta Protection Commission is anxious and eager to be a good partner in helping filter that information, but we need to make sure we're looking more globally.
Yes,
Thank you.
in the very near future, we'll have that information to share with you, at least a draft of the categories of beneficiaries that we've identified, so we can have some discussion around that as well. So.
Other comments?
Just have
Asia?
one quick comment in relation to, as projects are evaluated for levee projects and non-levee investment projects. I know there's a general emphasis on ecosystem preservation projects, but as part of the goals, it's also about preserving or enhancing the economic viability of the state as well. Mm-hmm. And so just as we're evaluating which criteria projects are actually meeting, I just think there should be some type of discussion as to if we're going to be weighting environmental preservation projects higher than economic benefit projects, or what merits of both or a combination of both thereof, because they still have significant implications. And I know a project that may not necessarily be directly within the Delta or may not touch endangered species or specific issues like that, but they may be able to have long-term implications on the state's ability to replenish funds for water supply in the future. So I just think we should think about maybe a long-term replenishment approach for projects as we invest in them on the front end, if they have an ability to provide a return on investment at a later date.
Great suggestion, yes. I think that will be some of our more interesting discussions. You know.
Anything further you'd like to draw from the folks here at the front table?
Well, I'm torn because I feel like we've got a sense of what we need to go back and do and bring back to the council in terms of the straw man idea and, you know, kind of the different possible outcomes. But I also kind of want to dive into maybe some of the categories a little bit more. But
I'm going to urge your consideration of looking again at the Delta Plan recommendations, a number of which tie directly in. For example, Supervisor Pepo talked about the utilities that are not, you know, they've managed to avoid liability. One of our recommendations was the Public Utilities Commission start the process to require regulated utilities to pay a share of flood control costs, at least for their facilities. Now that will be a decades-long fight, as you might imagine, but it is one of the practical ways you've got to expand the base, and also, frankly, would force a little creative thinking about the concept of utility corridors in and through the Delta, which is always discussed and not much happens about it. Number two, the suggestion that there be a all counties assessment district for local cost share seems to me to be fundamental to any policy about levies. I mean, unless you give the local agencies the tools to do what they can, it's hard to argue in the abstract they should do it on their own. Now, there are a lot of problems with that. There would be endless battles within counties, some of which have great assessed valuation, the affected areas, others which do not. But those are problems probably better left to the county agency. So anyway, Cindy, what I'm really thinking about is there are elements in the Delta Plan, 6, 8, 10 elements in the Delta Plan, which fit into a coherent, a hopefully more coherent approach than we've got right now, and allow you to avoid, as Patrick pointed out, simply listing every factor as if they were all co-equal, add them up. There's 76 factors, everything has to be paid for by someone, which is kind of the way we operate now. Now, last point. It may be possible that California's political structure is incapable of facing directly the questions of demands and ability to pay. I mean, that's entirely possible. And you ought not hesitate to point out when we are doing just that, or proposing to do just that.
Susan?
One of the things that would be most helpful to me is a map. I'm a big fan of GIS and analytical mapping. So I'm wondering, as we move through this, if the council could be given a map of all the project levies and their extent and the non-project levies, and that way at least I can see what benefits are where and where they link up.
Okay.
And then another item, and I don't know if you can put this on a map, but it would be really helpful to me to know what has been spent in the past and what benefits we've derived from those expenditures. For example, from the levy subventions or the special projects. And I'm just thinking about what Pat Johnson said. There may be projects that initially don't pencil out, but they could either lay the foundation for long-term sustainability or at least preserve the option in the future to further the co-equal goals. So I think it would be useful to look at expenditures and benefits from that lens of not foreclosing future opportunities and in fact laying the foundation for future opportunities to achieve the goals.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Just to clarify, you would like to see the monies expended by the state and the locals since the 1970s in support of levee maintenance and improvement.
It would just, give me a sense of magnitude and benefits.
Okay. And we've been kind of going down that path. I will say we'll probably need to investigate maybe the local spending side a little bit. It's kind of broken into different places, and we've been wrestling with how best to bring that piece together. And so, but we'll keep going on that path and bring something back.
Bring a number, and if you're not totally satisfied that it's 100% accurate, just give us a range of error.
Okay.
Some
caveats.
A reference point, I think, is good. Okay. I think we're using $700 million as the state investment since the 1970s. Okay. All right. Yep. Asia? Don't say last request.
And I'm going to be very specific. My last request in terms of mapping would be if we could identify maybe zones of reliance. I know as we think about the state as a whole, and there's definitely a difference, at least from the South's perspective, as to their reliance or maybe even their responsibility to be participants in, I guess, an equal share of investment to the Delta levees, because there's the argument that certain water districts in Southern California only rely on a smaller percentage of their water supply than other jurisdictions that may be in closer proximity to the Delta in the north. And so if we can just identify within maybe reliance zones, and specifically that would just help me in terms of determining the magnitude or the impact of investment that has occurred so far from the Southern California perspective, and then also just in terms of the entire system, because I'm not certain if there has been an assessment on the integrity of the entire Delta, because I know that some areas are in more poor condition than others. And in terms of when we consider how do we preserve the water supply of the entire state, I mean, in an ideal world, we would be able to determine exactly the condition of the entire levee and which areas are the worst. And of course, we would maybe consider investing in the areas that have the worst degradation in order to preserve the supply of the entire Delta. But I know that that may not be possible. But it would be helpful and beneficial, especially as we start hearing the perspectives of the panelists, and they're going to, you know, argue their own perspective and from their own independent jurisdiction. But if we could identify those jurisdictions within zones and then maybe agree upon the percentage of reliance on the Delta, as we can maybe be able to put their comments into context. Just because I've had conversations with water districts within my area, and they have their own perspective about the Delta in terms of investment as a whole. So it would just be helpful, I think, for everyone to have the same knowledge and be able to have the same perspective as we consider the investments and also how we rank investments in the future.
And the beneficiaries question,
Absolutely.
I think it gets to that too.
And
so.
even the magnitude of Californians that are going to be impacted or possibly benefit from the investment of additional dollars in the future. Because I know that there are projects already lined up in the queue, but from someone that's just stepping in, a project that may be in the queue may not be beneficial, or it may not be a worthy investment. Because when we think about the return on investment for tax dollars, I think that we should be able to have to quantify and be responsible for the dollars that we spend, and it shouldn't be led on a project-by-project perspective. Just relaying that to the development community and the local community, it's bad practice to let developers determine how your city is going to develop. So we shouldn't let projects determine how we're going to invest in our levees, in my opinion.
Okay, and so let me Dustin and I will look into adding this layer, if you will, to the map. I suspect there's bits and pieces of this information are out there. I'm kind of familiar with some of it, so I might, I'll work through Randy to kind of fine-tune what we can bring back based on, you know, what's out there and is vetted.
And you may need to call Asia later for a little more detail or clarification as to exactly what.
Yeah, so I can let you know what's there, and then we can kind of maybe decide what makes the most sense for your needs. So, thanks.
Other comments? This is good. Okay, needs? Anything further? Is that enough to run with for now?
I think so, yeah. I think so. I think we'll come back with some, probably a bit more detailed questions next time, or just, you know, some clarifying questions next time. But this is great.
Next time, we're going to come back with, not with questions, but with a suggestion. And so then I think we probably won't get such a warm welcome from everybody, but I think we'll lay something on the table that you can see if it meets your needs or not, and then we can adjust from there. That's our process.
So if there's anything that you had hoped to cover or hoped to hear that you haven't heard from, now is the time to highlight that or ask. Yeah. Okay.
I think I'm good.
Okay. Then we will, I'm sure we've got some public comment for file item number 9. So we have, Bob, is the microphone fired up for the podium here? All right. So we have not only a microphone, but we have a podium to rest your notes on. Let's see, we'll begin with Tom Zuckerman, Central Delta Water Agency. Welcome back, Tom. I think we've missed you for a meeting or two.
Well, duck season is now over, which actually is not totally irrelevant to this discussion that you're having. Thank you. I am Tom Zuckerman. The turnover in your commission has been remarkable since I've been here recently, and I know most of the people. Ms. Brown, I spent a lot of time here prior to your appearance, and I'm pleased to see you here as well. You're not writing on a clean slate. I mean, personally, I can remember being on levee patrol with my father in 1955, watching water on our gauge go down when Empire Tract flooded. I helped sandbag in downtown Stockton during the flood of 1958. But more relevant, perhaps, I've been serving as a member of the Secretary of Resources Committee on Delta Levees and Habitat Advisory Committee for, I don't know, 25, 28 years. I was one of the original appointees to that. I was co-chair of the CalFed Committee on the levees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I have a long history in this. When I used to practice law, I represented reclamation districts that both participated in this program, and in one major instance was flooded and had to go back and get President Reagan to agree with Governor Brown at that time that we had an emergency in California that needed to be addressed. So I have a long history in this thing, and I'm not going to bore you with all of that, but I just want to point out that we've been working on these problems, all the ones that are on your list and that you've addressed for a long, long time. There have been more than one effort to try to figure out what the various interests are and what the priorities ought to be. The first time we did that, they threw up their hands and said there's so many different statewide interests and other types of interests with boaters and water contractors and utility lines and railroads and highways and the environment, the ducks and geese, the fish and so forth, that we'll just throw up our hands and create a system which is the one that we have today, where there's a cost-sharing program between the locals and the state money that comes in. The federal government hasn't spent a penny, to the best of my knowledge, in the Delta on maintenance or preventative problems with, at least with the non-project levees. That's never been, the position they're taking today is not in contrast to historical positions. And you could ask yourself the reasons for that, but where they have provided tremendous assistance is after a flood. And under the what was Corps of Engineer programs and became the FEMA programs, they are critical assistance when an emergency situation occurs and a flood is either imminent or has occurred, to come in and spend federal dollars generously to help out in those situations. So it's unfair to say that we haven't had assistance from the federal government in these things, but it hasn't been coming at the front end of the problem. It's always been coming in at the end of the problem. So, you know, the issue is what should we be doing, how to be fair about this whole thing. The maps that you asked for have been prepared by Dreams and others. The information that you're looking for has been compiled on island-by-island basis. We know that there's approximately $64 billion worth of public investment in rail lines, power lines, highways, deep water channels, and so forth and so on out in the Delta that is at risk if this levee system fails. There's a huge public interest in it, apart from the local interests that farm or live or hunt ducks or whatever it is behind those levees. It's become a very cheap opportunity for people to stretch utility lines through gas lines and so forth because property values were not high. And so there's a huge investment out there, and it's all protected by the levees. It's all at risk from their failure. The approach, so we think we've done a reasonably good job. It hasn't always been in the higher councils of organizations like this. Sometimes it's Dan Nomalini and I sitting down with Bob Potter and trying to design how the money should be split between the Delta Levees subventions program and the special projects program. You know, that's the way a lot of this has occurred over time, and it's worked out. And when I say it's worked out, what I want to tell you is that we haven't had a flood-caused levee failure in the Delta for a long time now, since about 1997. Jones Tract flooded in the interim, but that wasn't during high water or anything. That was apparently caused by beavers or something, but it wasn't a rainstorm, snow melt, high tide situation. So we think we're doing something right. When the Dreams program looked at this, they predicted that we were going to have on the average, about 7 levee failures a year. And we haven't had any of those over that period of time. So something that we're doing here is working. Now, I want to start with your third question first. I don't want to disagree with you, Mr. Eisenberg, but it isn't quite true that the federal government doesn't, have, or the state government doesn't have any liability for non-project levies, because under the Natural Disaster Assistance Act, in the absence of federal response from either FEMA or the Corps of Engineers to come in and help in those disaster repairs, the state has expended considerable amounts of money in response to those floods. It's not paternal liability, it was liability that was created by state statute, and will probably continue to be so, because it's very hard for the government to turn its back in those situations. So the best thing that we can do to ensure that the federal government is involved in this disaster repair and prevention stuff is to bring the levies up to the standards that qualify you to apply for federal money in the event of an impending or an actual disaster. And that is to satisfy the Corps' status of Public Law 8499 levy standards, which qualify people to apply for that money. Now, the approach that you've heard from us before, both here and Cindy and Randy and so forth in private meetings that we've had to discuss this, is a rather simple one. And I think it bears paying some attention to. We need to recognize that the Delta levees operate as a system. That when one levee fails, it creates enormous pressures on its neighbors, and we've got documents of all that. We see what happens with the cropland getting seepage and the levees getting pounded by the big waves and so forth. So we can't just totally look at this as an island by island type thing, because ultimately, once the system begins to fail, the dominoes begin to fall. And all the people that work hard on levee protection in the Delta recognize that. So our thoughts are that we need to try to bring the general levee system in the Delta up to a minimum standard. The minimum standard that is suggested because of the financial involvement of the federal government is the PL 8499 standard. Now, some of our islands that have had more money than others to deal with have actually achieved those standards. Our engineers in the Delta originally estimated that it would cost perhaps $1 billion to bring all the levees up to that standard. In the meantime, a lot of that money has been spent. That figure is now lower. It approaches the amount of money that is available under the Prop 1 and the carryover money from 1E and so forth. So if a significant portion of that money can be made available, we will further protect the general system out there. Now, that isn't fail-proof, foolproof protection. That's the sort of thing that gets you down to the point where, unless you have some very unusual event, you're probably going to be safe. But it's not fail-safe. So we have these other assets out there where there are specific beneficiaries that you can identify that can and should be engaged in bringing those levees that protect highways, for instance, or power lines or railroads or whatever, up to a higher degree of protection with the additional funds that they can bring to the party. Or it might be urban populations, as you point out. And the share of public financing would go down in those instances, and the amount of the local or whoever it is, the special interest thing would be brought up commensurate with the benefits that they're achieving in that situation. Now, that's a fairly simple approach to this. It sounds simple. There's an example of it going on right now in the Delta as a result of the latest public solicitation process that the Department of Water Resources conducted, where some of the beneficiaries that haven't traditionally been involved in helping to pay for the levees are coming in and helping in that type of thing. So there's some precedent for it. That's what I want to leave you with. And I think going back and trying to completely rewrite this and so forth is probably not a good idea, because it denies the progress that we've made and performance that we've achieved with relatively small amounts of money over the last 20, 25 years. The amount of money that's been spent under the Delta Levee Subventions Program in the last few years is in the neighborhood of $10 to $12 million a year, state money. There's a local contribution against that. About $5 million of local money comes into that program every year. Additional monies have been spent on the special projects that the Department of Water Resources has identified where they feel that there's a more urgent or obvious state interest in trying to go forward. Right now they're working on trying to enforce the levee systems along Middle River and perhaps Old River to try to protect the water conveyance corridors through the Delta, to protect them in the event that there is some kind of a flood disaster. So that system is working pretty well, and I hope you don't ignore it. I hope you can improve it, and I hope that, well, if by some chance I'm still here 25 years from now or 5 years from now, I can continue to report to you that we haven't had any levee failures in the Delta, largely as a result of the good work that the state is doing and the locals are doing. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions? No? Thanks, Tom. Request to address comes from Eric Ringelberg. Land.
Hello, I'm Eric Ringelberg, Local Agencies of the North Delta. I'd hope to have the scientist speak before the historian, able attorney, and educator, but I'll try to do my best here. Page 2, the commissioner identified that local agencies of North Delta had made some comments, and I think that recently accurately reflected here, and the response seems to me like a tautology. The reason why we're studying this is because we have to study this. Okay, well, we have an existing system. DWR has a great system. I'm not a huge fan of the Department of Water Resources and its effectiveness, but for Delta levees, they're extremely effective, and they use a 3-tier prioritization process today. It's not this bin process I heard described earlier. So Gail Newton actually spoke 2 years ago about this. I'll try to channel her a little bit. Department of Water Resources looks at cost, economic protection of the assets protected by the proposed project, and then the habitat benefits of those projects. It's a transparent, ranked, tiered system for that. So if we're talking about this in the abstraction, there is an existing process. It's an effective process, and it looks at many of the same things that we're talking about here today. If the question is, does this process accurately reflect the co-equal goals as we believe those statutorily to be interpreted? That's a great question, and that's a question we should be asking. But we shouldn't be saying that there's not an existing process. The process that exists today doesn't accurately reflect the vast majority of those principles. Okay, we talked a little bit about 8499. We're not, and this is sort of inside baseball for folks who are not from the Delta. There's a series of standards, HMP, which is the most base standard, the vast majority of districts in the Delta, which are not habitat islands, meet HMP. What we're shooting for is a step above that called PL 8499, which is still an interim standard, a standard which has roughly the same dimensions, but is a little bit smaller than a 100-year levee. And then there's the 200-year, what we call the urban levees. Those are technical engineering standards, and within the Delta, the urban areas are a little bit different, but within the Delta, we've only been talking about the 8499, which is the standard that allows, if there's a flood, that the portion of the restoration of that island gets some federal funding for it. If it doesn't meet 8499, no federal support. So on the issue with the habitat, there's a constant characterization that the districts don't want habitat. I think Melinda Terry said this most clearly. Habitat in the Delta is considered under Proposition 218 to be a third-party benefit. It's not a direct benefit. So reclamation districts, which are a special district, much like every other water district, have legal requirements, and you cannot provide, you cannot collect a fee for provision of benefits for a third party. And it's very clear, it's been tested out through the law. I'm not an attorney, but the descriptions that we have for providing these benefits for the district's very clear. You can provide habitat mitigation, but you can't provide habitat benefit or any other third-party benefits, recreation, whatever that may be, under the existing process. And then finally, on a little more arcane route, I heard again today that we're going to have an independent science review panel, which I fully support. Independent science review panel looking at the methodological approach. So I've spoken with this at length with staff, it's been in our comments, but the independent science review panel would be of greatest benefit to the commission if it actually looked at how the variable selection and the priorities meet the co-equal goals, for example. Not the approach necessarily, because looking at risk and looking at potential benefits and breaking it down, as I think you've heard today, that's the methodological approach. I don't think anyone's going to have a great deal of scientific difficulty with the methodological approach. It's how are those variables weighted? How is risk used? Is the risk analysis that's used in this coming from a suitable peer-reviewed technical source, or is it the back of an envelope calculation that's used for risk? And that's really where the greatest strength is. And I was a little surprised that we're using an independent group rather than the Delta ISB, because you have a tremendous capacity within the Delta ISB to address these specific questions. It's not the methods that would be called into question, but how the methods and are the variables selected in such a way that provides one kind of outcome, or are the variables broadly arranged and identified in a way that leads to the conclusions that you're looking for to meet your requirements, which are the co-equal goals and a variety of other factors. So that's all.
Thanks, Eric.
Great, thank you.
That appears to conclude file item 9. Let's move on to file item 10, an update on the BDCP. Dan, you have a guest to introduce.
Yeah, I'm pleased today. We've got Gordon Enos today here. He's the principal engineer with DWR's Delta Conveyance and Habitat Conservation Program. In late December, I think it was, the DWR announced that they'd made some adjustments to the design of the Conservation Measure 1, it's called in the BDCP. The newspaper, it's the Governor Brown's tunnels, but also includes the pumping plants and other facilities, including power lines that will help withdraw water from the Delta, from the Sacramento River, and then convey it south towards the pumps if the BDCP is constructed. So Gordon's got a useful briefing. I was able to receive it together with colleagues from the DPC in December, and I thought it's important to share with you, in part because I think it is really responsive to concerns that you and others identified in your EIR comment letters about the effects of the construction, both the facilities as well as the disruption during the construction period on North Delta communities, on that landscape in terms of the intrusion of industrial scale facilities on kind of rural and kind of unique culturally significant landscape, and then the risk that there would also be adverse effects on the crane and other waterbird populations on Staten Island, which had been proposed as a place where a fair amount of the tunnel construction activity would occur. So with that, I'll just turn it over to Gordon and let him explain what they have in mind and take any questions that you might have.
Gordon, welcome. There's a button to push that our highly qualified technician can help you with. Thank you, Bob.
I always wanted to sit up here.
You look real good there. Yeah.
Well, thanks again for having me. That's going to take a second here, I think, to get uploaded. So let me see my password and unfortunately, the file that we've been dragging around with us is really big, and so it's really hard to email it or send it off to people. Nate, you getting signal from this?
Enos did the best single summary I've ever.
You know, it takes longer to stare at it. Yeah, stuff. Close my eyes.
You need a Mac.
Right.
We can build on we've got a small map on project.
Okay. Thumbs up. Thanks.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, I think we're ready. If okay. Thanks again for having me this afternoon. And what I'd like to go over is some of the changes that we in the BDCP, actually more of the engineering team, has been making over the past, I'd say about a past year or so. These are changes that are subsequent to the release of the public draft of the environmental document. So they're hopefully things that will be included in the recirculated draft that we hope to come out later this spring. So maybe end of March, April time period. And a lot of these changes, you know, we've spent some time talking to different people, landowners, people in the Delta communities, and we've tried to incorporate comments where we could, changes to the project where we could find some common ground. So this presentation looks at a couple different places where we have been able to make some significant changes. One is we've tried to incorporate more DWR-owned property into the project. So we've looked at places where either DWR owns property or there's publicly owned property, take that into the project. We've also looked for opportunities from the engineering side of things to improve the operation and maintenance of the tunnels and to standardize some of the design effort, as well as provide for, because we're looking at a 50 to 100 year life on this project, so we're looking for ways that we can always improve the long-term performance of the tunnels, and then also reduce some of the power requirements. So the screen on the, and these are really hard to see, and I apologize for that. And but the screen on the graphic on the left is the current project as proposed in the EIR. And I have a pointer, but I was told that it's not going to work with two screens. So I'm going to have to talk through this a little bit. I can use my mouse, probably. I think. Okay. So this graphic here, really the big difference in because of the scale that I want to point out is the direction of arrows have made the way we've reoriented the way we're going to actually propose to do the tunnel construction. The arrows depict the way we're planning to advance the tunnel construction. So we've reoriented the path that the tunnel boring machines would move on, and by doing that, we've been able to relocate some of the material that's going to be excavated out of the tunnels. So, one of the big things again we tried to do was get the material into places where we felt would be to the most advantageous to as far as an end user. The other change is where the terminus point of the tunnels. Originally, we're going to be landing on the northwest corner of Clifton Court Forebay, and we've moved that terminus point to the northeast corner. And I'll go into a little more detail once we get to that point. This is an animation of what we propose the intakes will look like up on the up in the area around Hood. So we still plan to have 3 intakes. All 3 of each intake, the diversion capacity is still 3,000 CFS. In this animation, they're all the design of each of the intakes is pretty much similar at this point, and so they're kind of a cookie cutter. So I'm going to so in this animation we're going to show one of the typical intakes. So the blue line here is the proposed tunnel alignment, and moving north from Clifton Court up towards Sacramento. And I'm going to focus our attention this afternoon on intake number 3. Again, they're all pretty much the same. So this intake is just due southwest of Clarksburg. So the intake, it's we haven't made really any change to the overall length, but what this animation is going to show is some of the features that we have now moved off the intake location. Most notably the pumping plants and the power that's associated with operating those pumping plants. So in the animation, there'll be a little kind of highlighted yellow band that goes around the facility that's going to be removed. So hopefully that'll show up on the screen. So in the very background, you can kind of see a yellow around the building itself. That's the pumping plant. So that's going to go away now under our reconfiguration. Some of the outbuildings related to maintenance buildings and service yards that are related to having a large pumping plant, those will also go away. So those are the 2 little buildings off to the left of the screen. We have to have a surge tank associated with the pumping plant, so that also will go away. And then we're going to reconfigure the way we bring the water into the intake. We're not increasing the size at all, but we're going to make it a little more easy to get at the sediment that comes in. The power lines in the background, and those will also go away. We still need temporary power to come in to do the construction, but once the construction is over, we'll rely on just the local distribution system for power. So this is just a street shot if you were driving on Highway 160 and wanted to visit our facility. That's kind of what it would look like from the road. So again, in the background, the pumping plant and the power lines will go away. And but again, the overall footprint of the facility is pretty much the same. That's so that's our animation. So anyway, getting back to some of the improvements, this is the graphic shows the tunnels coming from the intakes down to our intermediate forebay. One of the major changes in this effort has been, as we've realigned the way we're going to actually do the tunnel construction, we are going to redistribute the material that comes out of the tunnels, the excavated material, onto property that's owned by DWR and then further south onto Baldwin Island. So this graphic shows the little triangular shapes or property that DWR currently owns. The piece of property just to the left of us, so this blue spot is our forebay, and this spot is a piece of property on Zacharias Island that we hope to purchase as part of the project. But by doing making these changes, one of the big concerns we had, and after several discussions with the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge, is originally we were planning on bringing permanent power from either SMUD or one of the providers across from east of I-5 across over to our plants, and those would have to be permanent power lines. So those, in the animation, we showed those disappearing. So we still need to bring temporary power in to do the tunnel construction, but once that's done, those power lines can be removed. And so we think that'll be a benefit to Stone Lakes and some of the issues they've raised. The other major change was originally when we configured the tunnel alignment several years ago, we thought that there would be a benefit to the folks on Staten Island to have the material that we were going to be excavating from the tunnel. So we moved the tunnel to the east. There was the benefit to us was we could find a benefit to the material. Also, there's a lot of the concentration of gas wells to the west is a little more has a greater density. So by moving to the east, we were able to move away from some of those. See, I went too far here. So anyway, by redirecting the tunnel drives now, we're going to eliminate putting any material onto Staten Island. We still need to have access onto the island to retrieve the tunnel boring machines, but instead of beginning the tunnel operation on Staten Island, we are now planning on moving down to Bolden Island, which is just to the south down here, and starting our operation. So we'll drive the tunnels from the south to the north and retrieve up on right here on Staten Island, and we'll also start from the north to the south and retrieve from Staten Island. So all the material that comes out of the tunnel boring machine always comes out of where you start the operation, and that's also where there's a significant amount of construction effort taking place. You bring all of your equipment, all your supplies, your power, everything comes in to where you launch the tunnel boring machine. So by reorienting the way we drive the machine, we will significantly reduce the amount of impacts on Staten Island. So let's just zoom in on Staten Island itself to show how we've taken the excavated material off. These are the green splotches here, and pretty much remove those, and we'll have removed those completely from Staten Island. We still will need to have permanent access, but only if, for operation and maintenance purposes, or if there's an emergency down the road. We're still planning on constructing the tunnels about an average 150 feet down below the surface. And the graphic off to the right is just the approximate size of the tunnel boring machine. So it's a very large piece of equipment, requires a lot of power, and it has a lot of ancillary kind of operations taking place while you're driving. But as far as the dimensions and the depth, those are still the same. So the other major change takes place down at Clifton Court Forebay. So again, the graph on the left is the currently proposed project. The one on the right is where we hope to go with the recirculation document. So we're moving the terminus of the tunnel down to a parcel of property just in the northeast corner of Clifton Court Forebay. We'll still be requiring to move the material from the tunneling. We'll be moving it over to Byron Tract, and we're still planning on using or purchasing a parcel over there to store the material. Also, part of the project is we'll be rebuilding a significant portion of Clifton Court Forebay. So the kind of the gray area shows how we're planning on rebuilding the embankment around the whole forebay. The project, since it's really we're operating in what we call a dual operation mode. Water that's diverted from the north will end up in this northern cell, but we will also continue to operate as we do today. And so the southern cell will operate as the State Water Project currently operates today, still using the same existing intake. So the way we're planning on doing this is building these large pumping plants here to the south. The circles are there's these two circles are where we're using to construct shafts so that you can lower the tunnel boring machines in, and you can start that work independent of the work to be done on the pumping plant. So we have the circles here on the lower part of the graph are where the pumping plants are going to be located. So in this slide off to the left is just kind of a cross section of those pumping plants. So the way we're able to make this change be a benefit as far as in the construction of the tunnels and as well as power is that, you know, what we've done here is we've made the system pretty much a pure gravity system. So the water will flow by gravity from where it's drawn in at the northern intake, flow about 40 miles of tunnels, and then be picked up here at these pumps. And so in order to make this work, we had to drop the well. So really what we do is we lower the hydraulic grade line by lowering where the pumps take the water out. So we have kind of like a deep well where the pumps will be inserted, and then that'll draw the water out of the well into and then discharge it into the forebay. So the original system that we had, where we were pumping off the river, it ended up it requires a much more robust liner segment. So this graphic, it just kind of shows the graphic on the left is the way it was originally proposed, where the internal pressure inside the tunnel itself is greater than the groundwater pressure on the outside. So you have this kind of a net. You have a net kind of pressure in the tunnel. So by dropping the grade line, by moving the pumps to the south, we're able to reduce the internal pressure. And the benefit we can get off this is that the way they construct these liner segments, they're in segments around the circumference of the tunnel. So when you have a higher internal pressure, higher than the groundwater, it tends to over time want to open up the joints between the segments. So by reducing the pressure, we believe that it'll minimize the amount of opportunity for water to open those joints up and seep out through them and create kind of a piping around the tunnel itself. So we think over the long term of the project, we think this will be a great benefit to it. This is another little animation we've put together showing depicting the changes there down at Clifton Court. So again, the blue line is the tunnel alignment, and this is Clifton Court forebay. Discovery Bay is off to the north of the forebay. That's the current terminus of the tunnels on the west side of the forebay, and we're going to shift the lower about 2 miles or so of tunnel so that it ends up at the northeast corner. So the parcel that's we hope to use is currently owned by the department, and we think it has adequate size to put in a facility like this. I showed on the earlier graph, I showed a couple circles, but that was the engineer's rendering. This is the artist's rendering, so a little difference in opinion on what the thing's actually going to look like. That's all I had, but I'd be glad to answer any questions if you have any.
Thanks, Gordon. Questions of Gordon? Some pretty big changes.
Right,
so
yeah.
We appreciate you sharing those with us. Mary?
your support team back there. Thank you. On the Clifton Court embankment, you said that there's going to be a shift in the height, the formation,
right,
and the height. And I'm wondering what
Yes.
that shift is from and where it's going.
Well, the current forebay is about the elevation of the embankment. It's about 15 or 16 feet above sea level. And as part of this project, we're planning on elevating it to about 24 feet above sea level. So that will, one of the main assumptions as part of that we've been working with on the design end is that we would bring all of our facilities up to about a 200-year flood protection and plus handle any increase due to sea level rise. So not only the forebay, but also like the intakes, they will also have that same design criteria placed on them.
Right. And on the visual, you don't really see the legacy communities and their placement in relationship to this increased height of the pumping facilities. So I'll just make that comment. How many acres are you going to need for each of the pumping stations, the 3?
Well, the 3 intakes. So we've moved the pumps down south.
Sure, my apologies.
Yeah, that's right. But the each of the intakes, they're about 80 to 85 acres.
Each?
Each one, yes.
And then how far apart are they as the crow flies from each other?
They're about anywhere from 1.5 to 2.5 miles.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about the boring process and how it may relate to the existing project in Seattle that started, a much smaller project that started, and then the boring machine has been broken down for a year plus, and it's just sort of languishing there, and not a real positive story.
Right. Well, I can tell you what I know. I don't know a lot of detail about the Seattle project. I do know that so there's a couple things. One is the tunnel boring machine they're using. It's probably the biggest in the world. So they're looking at a very, they're kind of on the far end of the envelope as far as the tunnel boring machine. The tunnels that we're proposing, even though they are big, they fall probably about the mid-range of tunnels that have been constructed either in the United States or worldwide. We're looking at about a 40-foot diameter tunnel. They just completed 2 40-foot diameter tunnels, similar size, down at the Port of Miami, and those were pretty successful. And very, in probably, they have a lot of coral type soil properties and very difficult soil to tunnel through, and they were able to do it successfully. The Seattle project, from what we're hearing, is that it's possible they underestimated the soil properties of what they were boring through, and it looks like, I know there's a couple different stories, but one it looks like is that the design of the machine did not take into account the properties of the soil, because when they design the cutter head, it has to be, it's not designed specifically for the kinds of soil that they envision encountering. So from what we've heard is that there could have been a possibility that it just wasn't, they had some issues with the actual design of the cutter heads.
Okay, thank you for that. In the Southern California project, what was the size of the project? Ours is BDCP is 150 feet deep.
Oh, in the Port of Miami?
Yeah.
That was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It
was Florida.
Yeah, right, Florida.
Oh, I
right.
thought you said California.
Sorry, yeah, Port of Miami. I think they're about pretty close to. I think they're between 100 and 150 feet down below.
So similar depth.
Yes.
Similar width.
Right.
And then regarding the recirculation of the draft EIR, where are we on a timing of when that's going to be out for the public to see and understand and be able to start making comments?
Right, so the plan is to have it around the end of March. That might be a little bit optimistic, but I think the end of March, in April, the time frame. And again, it won't be a complete recirculation of the whole document, just be abbreviated.
And then for how long will the comment period be?
Well, I think we'll suggest probably 60 days.
A quick one then.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. So, but I'm sure we'll get push back on that.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions of Gordon? Great, thank you very much, Gordon. Very informative. Any public comment on file item 10? Yes. Thank you. OSHA Meserve.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
I'm here on behalf of Friends of Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge, and also I work with local agencies of the North Delta. Just wanted to, I know you've got other agenda items to go through, so I don't want to take up a lot of your time, but just want to give a little bit of feedback. Appreciate Gordon coming and sharing these visuals and whatnot, and I guess unfortunately, though, I mean, these changes really don't address the things that local folks have been concerned about with respect to the project, whether it's actual local impacts and interference with economic and communities and things like that, and also the environmental issues, water supplies, and water quality locally. And so, you know, we just, at the beginning, at the outset, I think, you know, DWR has been saying, look, we're trying to respond to local concerns, and I just have to say that, you know, talking about the aesthetic impacts of additional buildings in massive intakes in an agricultural area that is proposed to be turned into an industrial water project, that's not been the focus of our comments. It's just a tiny little thing, which may be a tiny improvement, but it's still a terrible project from a local perspective. And I think in particular what we were looking for from DWR with their process to go back to the drawing board was really to respond to the public and the agency comments and look for alternatives that would not worsen water quality, violate water quality standards, violate the Clean Water Act, and stretch the ESA beyond its limits, which this project still does. With respect to the refuge, still very concerned from the Friends group, and I know we have ongoing discussions and we appreciate the ability to have the back and forth that we've been able to have with DWR and others, but you know, a temporary power supply that lasts 10 years, and you know, we haven't been told about any sort of endowment or other plan to make sure that the power supply would actually be removed after the 10 years. In fact, we've heard from SMUD that the only way that it would make sense to put in that size of it, I think 273 kilovolt line, would be that if it was like a tank-like project that would serve, you know, like the entire state. So, you know, we're not sure at all that 10 years is temporary, and moreover, that anything would be in place to make sure that the power lines would be removed. And some of those cranes that would hit those power lines, the Sandhill cranes, they might be on their way to the Eisenberg Crane Reserve, you know? Anyway, also real significant concerns about the timing of habitat destruction versus creation. There is no stay-ahead provision in this HCP, and that's something that locally our service, Fish and Wildlife Service, has been very proud of and has been able to have upheld in court those HCPs that require that habitat be preserved or created in advance of destruction. So we're not just talking about habitat destruction from the tunnel construction, but also from flooding terrestrial habitats that are important for a lot of other species. So there's a lot of trade-offs going on here, and we just don't have those kind of details worked out yet. We'll continue to have those discussions with the project proponents to try to work those out. And also just on the process real quick, our understanding is that when the recirculated draft EIRS and the revised plan comes out, there won't be responses to comments from the public yet, and that would include anything that is coming from your organization. So we think that that's unfortunate because it's going to make it very difficult to review whole new, who knows if it'll be 30,000 more pages of documents that still won't show us how the comments that have already been received have been responded to. They're going to defer that out until the final document is released. And it's really, and then in addition to that, the project proponents have refused to post any of the comments that have been received thus far, and I have to commend the Delta Stewardship Council that you guys posted all the comments on your plan and your EIR as they came in on your website, and so that everybody could see what people were saying and there could be a robust dialogue about development of the things that you were doing. This project is not following that lead, and it should be. Friends of the River is in the process of raising enough money to go put it up on their website in order to facilitate that public debate. Anyway, I would urge the council to exercise whatever authority you feel you have to get this project on track and to force them to make the BDCP follow the co-equal goals, including protection of the Delta as a place. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Then that concludes file item 10. On to file item number 11, update of the Interagency Ecological Program Management Analysis and Synthesis Team, MAST. Reiner Honicke is the lead staffer on this one.
Mr. Chair, esteemed council, let me allow me to tee up this information item before I introduce my esteemed colleagues, Dr. Ted Sommer, who's with Department of Water Resources, and Larry Brown, who's with the U.S. Geological Survey. This report was worth bringing to your attention because it's one of those signature pieces that the science community produced as called forth in the Delta Science Plan. It's a synthesis document, and it is an update to the Delta Smelt conceptual model, and Ted will explain what a conceptual model is, so that the new members on the council will actually get a decent understanding when that word comes up, and it will come up regularly whenever there's some kind of science presentation or an information item for you. So the management analysis and synthesis team that actually included our own Dr. Anke Müller-Solger when she was still with the Delta Science Program, as in her role as lead scientist. She worked very closely with the whole team, and Ted and Larry are just the main sort of faces for the whole team. That's why I invited them here to be with you today. So the conceptual model expands the previous version of a simple understanding, our initial understanding, what makes Delta Smelt tick, and how they, what factors drive where they occur, how they migrate, and what stressors impact them. And so the new life cycle model was really used to explore a number of questions, that among them years with high delta inflow may result in dramatic different, why years with high delta inflow dramatically showed different reproductive success of that endangered fish species. And so I want to give these two gentlemen an opportunity to show you and explain to you what potential this new report actually has as a synthetic document that enhances our current state of knowledge about this particular important species that drives so many operational processes that we're talking about. So this conceptual model has been very useful already in deriving some testable hypotheses, identifying high priority follow-up studies that can reduce uncertainties that are currently still existing, and it's also beginning to be used in how the projects are being operated, the water projects are being operated. So let me introduce Ted Sommer first. He has worked for 24 years at the Department of Water Resources, where he now serves as the department's lead scientist, and he's been involved with numerous high-profile aquatic resource management issues, including, obviously, endangered species, water rights, floodplain management. Some of you may have seen his name in the online journal, and in addition to being one of the eminent fish biologists, he has also been very much engaged and involved for the last 5 years in planning the Delta Field Station in Rio Vista. And so I think the EIR will come out in shortly, I believe. But anyway, that's a different subject matter, and you will hear about that one at a future meeting. Dr. Larry Brown is a research biologist with the U.S. Geological Survey in the California Water Science Center. And just like Ted, Larry also comes out of Dr. Peter Moyle's shop at UC Davis. And he is a recognized expert on the ecology of California fishes and has published on on benthic macroinvertebrates, benthic algae, fishes, and food webs. And he is currently involved in studies of the effects of urbanization on stream systems across the United States. So he is not just active in the Delta, but brings also different experiences in from other places in the U.S. So with that, I'd like to hand over the presentation to the two gentlemen. The red button.
Thanks, Rainer. Larry and I are both here not on behalf of our individual agencies, but we're really here on behalf of the Interagency Ecological Program. And I think a lot of you are aware, any week of the year we have kind of an army of folks out there collecting data on fish and invertebrates and water quality and so forth. We've been pretty good over the years at getting that information, getting it out. But one of the things that we're really behind on is synthesizing the information and putting it in a format that managers can use. And this is something that we're really working hard now to try and correct. One of the challenges straight away is because we have such diverse kinds of information, how do you put it together? And so one of the things that Rainer mentioned is we've been working more and more with conceptual models, which is really just kind of a way of organizing the information, articulating how we view the world. And this is, again, a way of organizing the information we have that allows you to organize diverse information. And it also provides some tools for resource management. And I'll try and give you some examples. So over the years, some of you have seen these various conceptual models that we've presented for the pelagic organism decline, for the fall habitat work that several of us were involved with. One of the most intensive things that we've tried to do is what I'm going to be talking about today, our effort to put together a conceptual model for delta smelt, putting together all of the available information we have, the latest and greatest information. Obviously, delta smelt are one of the species of management interest. We've had biological opinions recently, some high-profile court battles. We've learned a lot since then, and we thought it was timely to try and organize that information in a useful way. So this is a formal effort. A whole multi-agency team of us have been meeting for the past couple years. Happy to report that as of last week, we have a great new report out. This is just the first part of it. It's a big, thick beast. But I want to give you just a quick overview of it and talk to you a little bit about how we're starting to use this information. So this is kind of the heart of the conceptual model, and I don't expect everyone to spend a ton of time looking at it, but I want to give you just a sense of how we've organized the information so that we can talk about individual parts. So in the center of the whole thing, we have seasons, so winter, spring, fall, and summer, and that is surrounded in the next layer of the onion by the smelt and different life stages. We include the habitat conditions that affect the species, the environmental drivers then that control the habitat conditions, and then lastly, the habitat features that we have in the estuary. So these kind of all fit together in a seasonal approach. So I want to kind of show you then the individual parts of this that allow us to kind of use some of this in an organized way. So looking first at the spring, here's a breakout of some of the factors that we identified that are influencing the fish in the spring. And so starting at the top there, the bluish part, again, these fish. The next layer we have are the habitat attributes. Down below that, the environmental drivers, and lastly, the landscape attributes. And you can see in the figure how all kinds of different things fit together to influence growth and survival of the species. And I should say that we haven't just created figures for this. The document has really detailed information, whole chapters that are basically devoted to each layer to really explain the basis for the thinking. We also have generated some specific hypotheses based on some of this information, and I'll talk in a second about how we tested some of those. So it allows us to look at some of the linkages of all the different things that work together to influence delta smelt. I know everyone has their pet stressor out there that they love to look at, but here's an example for how turbidity affects juveniles and subadults. So we have juveniles on the far left that we're interested in, the growth and survival, and the main way they die is they usually just get eaten. And at the top you see, well, if there's predators nearby, that's a big issue. But down below and to the right, you see that turbidity also plays a big role. Whether the fish can hide in turbid water, it's influenced by environmental conditions, flow, and sediment supply in the watershed. So again, here the idea here is that we've got a conceptual model that gives folks an understanding of how things really fit together instead of the usual process of picking one favorite factor and trying to look at its individual importance. So again, we've got a big, meaty document that's now available. It's being posted. It's widely available. But I want to give you just a few take-home messages from it. One of the key things we're trying to get across is that it takes a whole year to make a smelt. Like everyone with their favorite stressors, everyone also has their favorite season. So fall, winter, spring, whatever. What we've learned is that every season for this species really matters, and that's somewhat intuitive, but we try and provide the basis for that. The other thing that we did with this model is to try and answer one of the questions our management posed to us. Why did delta smelt suddenly do so well in 2011? They've been doing miserably for the past decade. Why in 2011, when it was a wet year, did they finally do well? Well, one of the things that we found is compared to another recent year, 2006, they both produced lots of babies in each of those years. But what happened differently in 2011 is we had a very hot summer, and we think that undermined a lot of the fish. Sorry?
It's 2006.
2006, sorry. So again, the idea here is that you can have really good conditions early in the year, those wet conditions, but it can easily change if something happens later in the year. So the document also includes a number of recommendations for how we think this information should be used. We're hoping that people aren't simply going to take this report and put it in their archives or on their shelves. We've tried to use this information to address specific questions that managers are interested in, and I'm going to give you a couple examples in a second. We've also tried to use it to help identify some of the science priorities and gaps. So the document has a whole section about some of the key things that we're missing for delta smelt, and we're hoping that helps inform the science action agenda as well. We're hoping, too, that the document provides some guidance for adaptive management. As part of the adaptive management, a key initial step is to have a conceptual model. And so we're hoping we're giving people a head start here by providing the document. And lastly, we're hoping some of the descriptive stuff we've provided here provides a springboard for the development of quantitative models. So here's the first example I want to give about how we're actually using this information. There's, of course, a lot of interest in the drought right now, lots of information pouring in. And since we had just completed this model of delta smelt, we thought it was a good opportunity to show how it could be used to help organize the information. So many of the same folks that worked on the MAST effort took up the task of trying to use some of the information that's been coming in from our long-term monitoring, also some additional special studies, to answer some basic questions relative to the drought. What sort of changes have there been relative to the last decade? How different are conditions that we're seeing now compared to the last drought? And lastly, are we seeing any big ecosystem changes? So just as a brief introduction to how we actually applied the model, we took those same tiers that I showed you, so the fish, the habitat attributes, the environmental drivers, and then for each part of the model, we summarize the different features of it, and we included only those variables we thought would be influenced by the drought. After that, we looked at how each of those variables might apply to different life stages, and then lastly, for each of the seasons of interest, we made predictions about what sort of change we thought would occur during the drought. So in the example here in the top area, we thought abundance, distribution, and growth would all decline, and we have much more detailed predictions there for a number of other things. So we start with predictions, and then we start compiling all of the information, and we look at then, is the story different than what we expected, and what sort of changes might be necessary. So happy to report that as of last week, we have a nice progress report summarizing some of the results of that analysis. A lot of the managers, our bosses, were interested in what sort of changes are going on. There's a big move to do environmental analyses relative to some of the proposals, things like barriers in the delta. People need this sort of information now. So I just want to take a couple of minutes and share just a few of the initial observations that we described in the progress report to give you a sense of how the information is being used. One of the first things, I don't think you need a figure to get a sense of how the fish have been doing. If you've been following the headlines from the news, the decline in fish sound alarms, drought hits fish hard, we're seeing record low abundance, and that's definitely something that we predicted here. But there have been a number of other interesting changes as well that we describe here. So just to give you a sense of a few things, increasing water clarity. This graph shows 4 different salinity zones of the estuary. You can see the delta has been getting clearer and clearer, and during the drought, which is on the right side of this figure, you're seeing a long-term trend for every years. The right side are the drought years. We're seeing a dramatic increase in water clarity, and this is a big issue for the habitat of a number of these species that really need turbid water. Similar thing, major increase in water temperatures during the drought, and that's devastating for delta smelt. It gets hot, the delta smelt get cooked. It's also a disaster for some of the other fish, salmon, longfin smelt, and so forth. Lastly, on the water quality front, our surveys also record information on harmful algal blooms. This is a graph showing for all the different stations that we do observations on in fall, which of the stations do we see harmful algal blooms? And basically during the drought, almost everywhere we look, we see this blue-green alga called microcystis, known toxin producing alga. It's throughout the system. So a real degradation in habitat conditions. One of the broader things that we predicted as part of the drought would be an increasing invasion rate. That's often the case when you get a big flood or a drought or something like that. And indeed is a hint that this might be going on. We actually got 2 new invaders this year. One is a striped mullet. It's pretty familiar worldwide as an estuarine fish. It appeared this year at the salvage facilities. The other, if you are an aquarium lover, is a weather loach that seems to become established now in the lower San Joaquin River. So that's just a hint that there have been some big changes going on. We'll be giving presentations over the next few months about this information. We're also going to be producing a publication. But again, the idea is to try and turn this information around so that folks can use it. A couple other applications I want to mention of the MAST type approach. I'm involved with a collaborative adaptive management team. This is an effort from some of the key agencies that have been involved with the federal lawsuits for delta smelt and salmon to work together to collaboratively resolve some of the sources of disagreement and uncertainty that the lawsuits brought up. And so happy to report on the delta smelt side, the smelt teams working on this have adopted this model as a way to understand the role of entrainment within the life cycle of delta smelt. And lastly, there's a new effort in IEP to start looking more at tidal wetlands. I think everyone's aware that there are ambitious plans to do large-scale habitat restoration in the Delta. We're trying to help guide those restoration activities. And so our team has been applying the Delta Smelt MAST model like I described for the drought, identifying the features of the model that we expect might change as part of habitat restoration activities, and then picking methods and metrics and hypotheses that can be then tested as part of habitat restoration. So that's kind of a really quick overview of a number of the things, a lot going on, but again, we've got some products to share. Hopefully that makes a bit of sense, and Larry and I are available to answer any questions you have.
Great, good presentation. Questions? Mary?
Turned off all the time. Thank you, Bob. A couple quick questions. Thank you. Great presentation, and I have to say, all the scientific presentations today have been really interesting, and science can be really dry and boring, and not today. My predecessor, Supervisor Larry Rustaller, had me all prepared for dry, boring science, but it's actually been very interesting, and I want to thank all of you for that. So you indicated it takes a year to make a smelt. What's the life cycle of a smelt?
It's only a year.
It takes a year to make it, and then...
Yeah, then they spawn, and then it kind of starts over.
So it's very short.
Yeah, it's short, and so we can lose the farm in any year.
And we do seem to be losing the farm.
Indeed.
And just to point and bring it back to aquatic weeds, again, you'll all get tired of me bringing up aquatic weeds, but on the issue of the predation risk and then the water clarity, the invasive weed, Agarria densa, seems to collect the sediment, thank you, on the leaves of the plant, and then it creates clarity in the water, and then it increases the temperature in the water, and then all of a sudden we're killing smelt. So the invasive aquatic weeds do have an issue really across the spectrum and all the things that we're working with in the Delta, and I'm not telling you that you know that, I'm just making the point. Thank you.
Yeah, I did want to mention that the shift in aquatic weeds this year during the drought has been unprecedented. None of us have ever seen anything like this. We're trying to rigorously quantify it, but I think everyone who's been out there has seen how bad the floating and submerged weeds have gotten.
Yes, definitely, and the local impacts as well as the environmental impacts are tremendous, and there's a lot of good people working on it, and we'll hope that we can learn a lot from this and build a good plan to move forward. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Phil, did you have a question about the smelt case? Okay, all right.
Mr. Chair, may I just add one key important thing, because it relates back to this morning's discussion about the interim science action agenda, and I just want to highlight that the hypotheses and the questions that the synthesis report raised are definitely entering into the forthcoming work group discussions. of the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee. So we're working very closely with the IEP coordinators and Ted will be very much involved in helping shape that. So I just wanted to let you know there's a connection here between what came out of that report and how we are jointly going to address it.
Good. Yeah, that's helpful to make that connection for us. Ted, Larry, thank you very much for coming. Thank you for your good work, and I hope it pays big dividends in an improved ecosystem and improved water supply in the near future. Any public comment on file item 11? No, that concludes that item. On to our nearly final item, 12. File item 12 is the Delta Ecosystem Restoration Program Annual Report. For the first time, Daniel Wong, one of our key staff members, is going to be at the head table. Daniel, before you introduce Dave, would you share with the council what you do at the Delta Stewardship Council?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Fiorini and members of the council. My role within the Delta Stewardship Council is mostly with regards to implementation of Chapter 4 of the Delta Plan, which is protect, restore, and enhance the Delta ecosystem. And many of my roles involve helping habitat restoration proponents certify that they're consistent with the Delta Plan. So the first two covered actions to go through the council's covered action process, I've been participating in that and helping them review best available science and adaptive management, and those are kind of two of my key roles of making sure that those two core components of Delta Plan Policy GP1 are integrated into those into their consistency certifications. I also work with many other agencies, wildlife agencies, in developing, helping to develop the performance measures and ways to track how we're, the progress towards recovery of Delta species. For example, there, as John Ryan reported on last month for the council meeting, there are a couple performance measures, outcome and output performance measures that are trying to evaluate tracking habitat restoration progress, as well as increasing occurrences of native species in restored and protected and restored and protected habitats and migratory corridors. So I'm working with many multi-agency efforts in trying to evaluate that, and yeah, just helping tracking habitat restoration projects as they progress along. And also one of my key roles is to integrate with the Delta Science Program, and I mostly approach it from kind of a planning perspective, and I work to help integrate the science program as I track projects as they go through, and making sure that we get good scientific input from all the great members on the science program.
Yeah, thanks. And two compliments directed at Daniel. One, I'm a big fan of maps, and we talk about all these habitat restoration projects. I wanted somebody on staff to pin the locations of all of the habitat restoration projects that were either planned or underway. Daniel was the one that was tasked to do that, and did a great job, and included a legend with color coding to show the different types of projects. So that's one attaboy. The second is your staff report is very well done. You linked the presentation and the purpose today to many of the recommendations and policies in the Delta Plan. And anytime you can link a presentation to activities related to the Delta Plan, you've provided a good staff report. So thank you, and now you can introduce Dave.
Okay. Good afternoon again, Chair Fiorini and the members of the council. This briefing will address the recent actions of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, here now abbreviated as DFW, and their actions in the Delta and Sassoon Marsh, and as well as planned near-term actions. So DFW is a key partner agency with the council in helping to implement the co-equal goal of ecosystem restoration in the Delta. They do this through a wide variety of actions, including habitat restoration and funding of scientific research so that we can better understand the Delta's habitats as well as its species. Now, I have the pleasure of introducing Dave Zezulak to the council. And Dave is the DFW program manager for the Ecosystem Restoration Project, or Ecosystem Restoration Program, or ERP. So the ERP is a multi-agency effort between DFW, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, and their effort to improve habitat and ecological processes within their focus area, which includes Suisun Bay, the Delta, and its upstream watershed. Now, DFW is the state implementing agency for the ERP, and in that role, they work to fund and manage grant money for the overarching, for several overarching goals, including restoration or recovery of endangered species, protection and restoration of habitats, and preventing the proliferation of invasive species. In addition to those roles, DFW ERP staff also work to integrate adaptive management in a wide role. For example, ERP staff from DFW were integral in the release of the ERP conservation strategy released last May of 2014. And in that strategy, they cite and use the council's adaptive management framework. Now, Dave will touch more detail on the actions of DFW, especially DFW's role in the ERP in terms of how they work to help achieve the Delta Plan recommendations and policies, especially those within Chapter 4 of the Delta Plan, which is protect, restore, and enhance the Delta ecosystem. Additionally, Dave will touch on items in which the DFW staff have helped the council make progress towards the key priorities listed in the habitat restoration paper, which the council endorsed last August. And with that, I turn it over to Dave.
Thank you, Daniel. Welcome, Dave.
Glad to be here, Chairman Ferrioni. And council members, I'm very pleased to be here, and I have to smile and agree wholeheartly with Randy's summary and evaluation of Daniel's preparation. As you just heard, he just about said everything that I was going to say anyway, so I'll show you a couple of slides with some pretty pictures. And yeah, there you go. So I'll move through it pretty quick. And I just want to compliment you on your preparation. He put this in your binder, so you've got it in front of you. I couldn't use any of that for the slide presentation, so I had to go digging through some other files. And then when I started putting together the narrative, his 4-page introduction said everything that I was going to say. So this should be just a repeat. If we could, let's go ahead and start. Oh, we've got it up already. This is an annual summary. The Ecosystem Restoration Program on an annual basis evaluates the achievements in terms of grants that were closed or initiated or ongoing grants, and talks about achievements that mark positive changes in ecosystem restoration. The 2014 plan, and as Daniel noted, one of the biggest achievements is finishing the Ecosystem Restoration Program Conservation Strategy last summer in 2014. It was actually just about complete an entire year before, but it took the review time of 2 different offices of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and National Marine Fisheries Service, NOAA, as they are our implementing agency managers, to buy off on the plan. And with their changes and with their perspectives, we now have an ecosystem restoration conservation strategy that will mark the course for our 3 agencies' activities until 2030. That's not to say that we may not change it and come back, and we want to work closely, and we've had several conversations with your science staff relative to providing synergy and helping to meet goals in the Delta Plan and in the Delta Science Plan. If we could, I could. How's it work? As I noted, the Ecosystem Restoration Program is not just the Department of Fish and Wildlife. It is jointly managed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA National Marine Fisheries. And as I stated, we finished our conservation strategy in 2014. It's non-regulatory in nature, and it's there to help guide us. The purpose of the conservation strategy is to provide the context of restoration and to establish the adaptive management context and framework for all of our activities. As Ted Summers and the previous speakers pointed out, adaptive management, and I'm sure you hear it all the time, is key to our planning, key to our implementation, and key to achieving results in the Delta, and that's the science-based strategy that we are using. Oops. What's that?
Can I advance the slides for you?
Sure. If you go to the map, please. The map is familiar to you. You've seen it in various colors before. This is the area that the Ecosystem Restoration Program focuses. Next slide lays out the goals that were established back in, I want to say, 2000 with the Ecosystem Restoration Program and the record of decision for implementing that program back in the CalFed days of 2000. These goals still exist, and the goals are common goals. They're shared by our agency and your agency. They may be worded differently and have greater emphasis depending upon perspectives, but these are goals that we all have identified as significant for restoration in the Delta. Next slide talks about that overlapping nature. There are other programs that we interact with a lot. I'm the department's representative on the Central Valley Project Improvement Act of 1992, where we work with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Bureau of Reclamation to generally provide up to $70 million a year in restoration activities in the Central Valley related to the Central Valley Project. Delta Stewardship Council, your Delta Plan, we hope to be in phase with your periodic modifications, and our staffs work together in talking about adaptive management, talking about projects, our goals and objectives, and they should be in sync. Suisun Marsh Plan took 10 years to put together. It's an HCCP that covers all of the activities in the Suisun Marsh related to management of water, management of duck clubs, and to provide for habitats within the marsh. Bay Delta Conservation Plan, department has representatives right in the office I share working on that. Delta Conservancy is a key entity that we coordinate with, and in particular the Delta Restoration Network, identifying projects and opportunities. And the species recovery plans that emanate from federal and state wildlife and fish agencies all are providing the basis for what we do. Next, please. This map you've seen a bazillion times probably since about 2006, but I need to say no more about that. It's included in your plan. It's included in our plan. And next slide, please. Adaptive management framework. We originally went by the old Healy diagram, which dates me, I guess. But since then, the adaptive management loop has been reduced to a 9-step, 3-phase plan. And we wholeheartedly ripped off what is in your Delta Science Plan and your Delta Plan relative to adaptive management. The plan do, then evaluate and respond. Nature of how science should be conducted by our agencies. A lot of these were based on the early DRERIP conceptual models, which came again from ERP. And members of this in this room, Lauren Hastings and Marina Brand participated in those conceptual model planning in the early days. Next slide, please. There's a diagram. Next, please. Conservation strategy revisions. As I said, we will work together with your staff and with your programs to be contemporary and to be consistent with activities so that we're efficient. Next slide, please. Relative to some of the projects that get funded by the Ecosystem Restoration Program, a lot of money goes into big projects like this fish screen located at just below the Natomas Cross Canal. This provides water supply for agriculture in the Natomas Basin and for urban use as well, even to upwards to the city of Folsom. Protecting fish, keeping them from being entrained in those huge pumps is one of the biggest activities in the program and has taken the most money over the years. Next slide, please. This is inside of that pump, and if you see way down at the end, there's a little speck of red. That's a workman that is actually standing in one of the bays down at the other end to give you an idea of the size on the inside of one of these. Next slide, please. This is a fish screen, much, much smaller, on Battle Creek, but no less important because of the significance of Battle Creek to anadromous fish in the state. Next, please. Here's a bar diagram with too small a print that shows and reflects what's reported in your plan by category, how much money is invested, and how many projects are addressing the various topics that are addressed in the ecosystem restoration program. Next, please. One of the ones we're most proud of is we actually had two grant agreements with SFEI to produce the historical ecology report, which is more and more becoming a foundational document in all conservation planning in the Delta. You've got to know what it was before you can have ideas of what you want to do. Next, please. An example of that is a project that we just started work on this year. This is Calhoun Cut. It's right above Chairman Fiorini's head on the map, up by Lindsay Slough. And where Calhoun Cut, no, it's much higher. We're back at the turn of the, not this century, but the century before, barges came in and went up Lindsay Slough and were used to haul hay and to haul grain products out of that farming area in the southern part of Solano County. And what happened was they cut a cut so that the barge could go further and go in a straight line. It didn't have any sinuosity to it, didn't have any natural habitat attributes other than it was wet. And after nearly 100 years, next slide please, Calhoun Cut has been reconnected and has its original hydrology now, so that waters flow into wetlands on both sides of the cut, and we've expanded the amount of tidally influenced wetlands in this important part of the Delta. As you know, the Yolo Bypass, southern part of it, Liberty Island and others are high population areas for Delta smelt and other at-risk species. Next slide, please.
And if I may add, this project occurs in the Cache Slough complex, which is one of the Delta Plan's priority habitat restoration areas.
This is another project that comes from the Ecosystem Restoration Program, one that actually looks kind of bad in that it appears that there's a lot of flooding, but in this case, the flooding is intentional. Most of it, not all of it, I have to say, because the Nature Conservancy and all of the member organizations that own property in that floodplain have been breaching levees, opening up areas for floodplain reconnection to the Cosumnes and McCalmey rivers to recreate historic habitats. Next slide, please. This is the way most of us would prefer see the river a bit tamer, not overflowing its banks and doing harmful damage to property and to public safety. This is in the upper part of the Sacramento River, and as you'll note, the riparian habitat here is very lush and very nice. This is the type of thing that we would like to see on more parts of the river, but in many cases it just won't happen because of land use and other constraints. Next slide, please. So in the Delta in particular, this is a intensively cultivated, populated area. The land has been producing grains, vegetables, and livestock for 150 years or more. There's not going to be any wholesale restoration activities that are suggesting that some of these areas need to be flooded. And in fact, it can't occur because of the depth of the islands and the oxidized nature of the peat soils. They would be 10, 15 feet below sea level instead of at sea level or +5, where the Thule marshes of the historical ecology report have them placed. Next, I think that's it. And do you have questions?
Any questions of Dave? Yes, Susan?
Hi.
Hi, Dave. Thanks for a great presentation. I haven't been following ERP closely, and as I look at your 6 goals and the adaptive management process, I'm wondering how do we know where we are in achieving, for example, goal 1? And I know that there's no magic moment when you arrive and you have achieved it, but
yeah, we actually created the performance measures unit within the ecosystem restoration program a few years ago, and the focus of the unit has been more on developing the indicators, the things you need to measure and monitor, and to develop the targets. And having described those, then you would be able to know when you've achieved your target, and that target has to be defined as sustainable or a terminal target, in that no more needs to be done because it's sufficiently restored. They haven't gotten to that point yet where the targets have been set yet. And I don't know, we're working with Rainer and with Lauren and others to answer what is enough, what constitutes sufficient numbers. Certainly, if you look at the numbers that came out in the Delta smelt counts for the last decade or more, we've got a long way to go relative to creating an adequate food supply and adequate habitat in the Delta for smelt and to their spawning. And I won't pretend to know what Larry and Ted do, but they've been thinking long and hard about this. And as Ted said, in any given year they could wink out. It's not a It's not a far-fetched notion. Salmon, what the goal is for salmon is doubling of the populations in Central Valley streams of what was present in 1976. So there are targets for that. Riparian habitats, people spout numbers like 95% have been lost in the Central Valley. I don't know that we have any more than 95 than 5% now. So we've probably got a ways to go on riparian habitats. There's a lot of levees that are single tree every 100 or 300 yards that don't have any vegetation on them except riprap. Well, and you know full well. So we need to work on that, identifying the targets and identifying a point when we will know when we have accomplished sufficient restoration.
Dan, we know performance measures are very important for our work. Just as we asked earlier for a cumulative amount of money that has been spent, a report on how much money has been spent by locals in the state on levees, is there, Dave or Dan, an accurate amount described in monies contributed to ecosystem restoration since the mid-70s?
Well, I think in their report on page.
Yeah, I saw that 700 million. Is that
I think that's probably from the three agencies. That's the combination of the state funds from the various bond monies and the CVPIA dollars. Now, that's just since 1995. Dave would have a better sense than I, because I wasn't back in California too much prior to that, expenditures before that, but I think that would probably be the bulk of it on actual restoration, because the first serious funds were CVPIA dollars. Otherwise, before that, it would have been refuge money that would have gone in to kind of waterfowl production and wintering habitat. So that's a pretty good estimate, I think, of the funds that have been invested.
I mean, we could probably, go back to the CVPIA and when they implemented the Improvement Act and add in some dollars there, but I think it's for the most part captured. The one thing that's not there, I don't think, and Susan, you probably have a better idea, is the mitigation expenses that the Corps of Engineers and DWR have used for levee repairs, you know, replacing trees at a 3-to-1 ratio or bank habitat improvement at some ratio. It gets real expensive real fast. So, I mean, we could work with the Corps of Engineers in particular and DWR to come up with some.
I think for our work, it would be interesting to know how much total investment has gone into habitat restoration since the mid-70s. We're all interested in evaluating performance and benefits derived, particularly as we move forward now that we have plans for and are developing plans for things like levees and habitat, water supply.
Yeah, one thing too, I think that would show, particularly if we could slice and dice this a little bit by the regions on which the ecosystem restoration program focuses, I would suspect that the overwhelming bulk of these funds have been expended in the Sacramento Valley. That's less correct. So in the San Joaquin Valley, and probably almost the least probably in the Delta so far, because of the heavy investment in fish screens and in other anadromous fish corridor activities. And I think, well, now we're getting to the point where we've got projects teed up in the Delta, and we'll see that shift, I hope, over the coming years.
Okay. Mary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Army Corps of Engineers, and Dave, you just touched on it, post-Hurricane Katrina, have a pretty strict levee vegetation policy, so it'd be interesting to see or hear more of how that's wrapped into your efforts, too, regarding the differences between the South Delta and the North Delta on the vegetation management.
Well, I'm not in the midst of that debate, but what I understand the staff that are working on it, that it's primarily led by Department of Water Resources. They work closely with the Corps on their mitigation standards and on the accounting for it. What they have put out in the latest guidance was that an entity, a water district or a reclamation district, could come out with a plan, and that plan could include the management vision for that district. So number one, you had to have an entity, and number two, that entity had to step up and prepare a plan. The plan then had to be reviewed by the Corps of Engineers for sufficiency, there are constraints relative to vegetation that can grow or not grow, and of course for flood flight, it's imperative that they have access for vehicles and flood.
Definitely, and the liability and impact on levee integrity too. So it's a slippery slope, that one.
It is.
But more, I would certainly look forward to hearing more from and how it's related to your efforts.
I was, excuse me, I'm kind of cutting you off. I shouldn't be doing that. But it was heartening to me to see that they were at least willing to talk about a modified approach, because the federal policy is no growth on any levee.
Exactly, and the Delta counties worked really hard with them on that too, to have more of an open dialogue and take community by community or region by region, and not one blanket policy nationwide that may not really work very well at the local level. You're absolutely right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. All right, I think that concludes file item 12. Dave, Daniel, thank you both for a very informative presentation. Any public comment? None. Item 13, public comment on any matter. None. Then that brings us to the conclusion. Our next meeting will be in Walnut Grove on Thursday, February 26th. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.